Move the agenda as presented.
Ms. Campbell, could you turn your microphone on?
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Stevens. And please vote. I hit it, I must have hit it twice. Just in time to vote. And it passes 8-0. We open forum, and I don't have any pink slips, and I don't see anybody in the audience. We move now to approval of the minutes on page 5 from April 20th, 2021. Do I have a motion to approve?
Move approval?
Do I have a second? Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Please vote. And it passes 10-0. We're gaining people as we go. 10-0. We move now to continuation of the fiscal year 2022 operating budget. And last week, I wanted to first say thank you very much to Mr. Williams for taking over, as Stacy Hayden and I had to go to a HOA meeting, and I appreciate him taking over in the middle. And we're going to move to, are we going to take engineering first? Would Bruce?
That's what I proposed. I see that Stacy hasn't had a chance to join us yet, so I would propose that we continue on with the agenda as shown,
Okay,
and then catch Stacy.
I'll catch him as soon as he gets in. Okay, so we'll move on to maintenance and construction on page 13 of your agenda. And Mr. Piscopo, I see making his way. And thank you to Jerry for coming to that same HOA meeting. It was a
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm the Deputy Executive Director for Maintenance Construction. And my department, basically, it's kind of shrouded in mystery what we do, but we basically do all the maintenance and for all the operating groups. We maintain the facilities, buildings, electrical, you name it, if you can think of it, we fix it. So that's kind of just, I guess, the straight-up version of it. But in reality, the maintenance construction department consists of administration section, which are, of course, our admin people, facilities maintenance, generator maintenance, our in-force systems and warehouse, instrument electrical division, the lift station division, which is one of the bigger ones, odor control, and plant maintenance, which is another one of the bigger ones. And then we have the regional services department, which Brian Reed will speak to in a little bit, and all the different things that they do, which are all the pipes and the collection system as well. So the divisions are compromised. Regional services, 113 employees, and then the plant maintenance divisions, which includes the lift stations, generators, and all those departments, there's 74 employees in there. So we have a total of 187 employees in those departments. The fiscal year 22 budget request for our operating budget, not including salaries, we kept it to a 1% increase. So, but that may change. I mean, everybody's seen the escalation in materials and then delivery, and that could impact us throughout the fiscal year going forward at this point. And we're seeing it across the board, and it's going to become problematic for more of the work we're doing to get just routine parts and those types of things. Our objectives for the fiscal year, basically, we continue to work to reduce operating costs through improving our maintenance efficiencies with preventative maintenance. 10 years ago or 15 years ago when I came on board, there wasn't really a preventative maintenance program. And right now, within the plants and lift stations, we're pushing almost 70% preventative maintenance. So we're, and so we're way down on failure mode. So it tells you that the way we're doing maintenance, it's proactive and getting it done. So a lot of the failure work orders that we're seeing and system failures are primarily from system upsets or weather-related events like Hurricane Sally and flooding and those types of things. I think in lift stations last year, we had 1 or 2 SSOs for the entire fiscal year. That's a sanitary sewer overflow or a sewage spill. So we're really doing better with lift stations and having problems at lift stations. Brian will speak more to the SSOs he encounters with regions. They're, some of them are due to our own pipes, and a lot of them are due to outside agencies working around our pipes and not taking proper safeguards to prevent breaking a pipe. We continue to work to comply with all of the FDEP permit requirements for Randy's plants and, try and keep them online as best as we can. And then basically, we do capital improvement projects as well for the plants and for the system-wide as well, like facilities, buildings, roofs, those types of things. Our 2022 targeted accomplishments, we're going to continue to work to get SSOs to 0. I mean, that's our goal. We have to have a goal of 0 to even get close to half of that. So that's why we continue to drive it down. But with a zero tolerance type of, culture on allowing spills to occur. We continue to implement security improvements for our wastewater plants. One of the things we're doing for the CWRF, we're actually putting in believe it or not, a slide gate for additional security because we've had people come in on the weekends and try and hunt and those types of things, and so we need to have controlled access. During the day, the gate will be left open, but in the evenings and after hours and weekends, holidays, we're going to be closing the gate. And it'll have badge access and a push button for people to get in, but it's just an additional step that the Florida Fish and Wildlife recommended since they are out there routinely for us helping patrol the property. One of our other goals this year is a FEMA hazard mitigation project, and that's to fund and repair or add a bypass, if you will, to the chlorine contact chamber because of the 2014 flood, if you recall. When we had a system upset there, we didn't have primary and secondary treatment because this plant was just overwhelmed with flow. This will allow us to quickly bypass in an upset condition and get the flow to a reject tank. Another thing we're doing is the building next door. We're looking at completing a major HVAC improvement with the geothermal well field. We're trying to salvage the well field and install new controls and then upgrade the HVAC within the building next door. And then, of course, we're continuing to install emergency standby power at systems where possible based on how many power outages we had during Sally, which was about 374 individual locations where we had to tow portable generators to and diesel pumps to bypass during the storm. So we're trying to get a plan in place to buy more generators. And of course, we're capital limited. And again, with the additional EPA guidelines on the new generators are getting harder and harder to get because they're trying to get away from diesel. And there's not a better system out there to make power. I mean, you're going to need power and you need it in a small package, and the only thing is diesel. And they're putting on all kinds of emission stuff. So they're harder and harder to get. Our manufacturers are running 10 months to a year just to get a decent-sized generator. So those are some of the things we're looking at doing and also some of the problems we see from day-to-day handling.
And I have one question from Ms. Benson.
I think diesel was looking pretty good last week, as I recall.
Yes.
People who had diesel vehicles were sitting pretty.
Yep, well, now some of the stations are out of diesel.
Just a couple of questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Emergency generators, how many what's the ratio of emergency
So
generators to
we
lift
have
stations?
roughly, I think, about 57 permanent generators that are installed at buildings, the big four at the CWRF that have 13,000 gallon fuel tanks, those types of things, that are 2.5 megawatt apiece, down to about a 60. And so the fleet split about 70 portable and about 57 permanent installed generators.
And what would you think would be optimal?
Okay, so to answer that question is difficult, but where we're going is any station that receives flow, okay, so that's a good point. So I'm supposed to give you a presentation on lift stations to explain the differences to you. So a lift station, basically, is a sewer receives gravity from a subdivision, let's say. That lift station then pumps it somewhere. So it's a lift station because it pumps it to a gravity manhole. If it pumps it to another lift station, it's actually a pump station. So the receiving station was now a pump station. Those are the ones that we are targeting because you can't have the receiving station not have power if you're towing portables around. So that's the matrix we're looking at developing to figure out how many we need, ideally with 13 or 14 crews pulling generators around and pumping them down. So, because not every originating station needs to have standby power because there's guys with generators that will get there. It's the intermediate ones that we need to get standby power at. And of course, the critical water wells and those types of infrastructure.
And may I follow up?
Yes, please.
And do you have a rough idea how many you need to get to
Well,
optimum function?
You don't really want to know the answer to that question.
Yes, we do.
It's a lot. It'd be like half your capital budget to buy them.
Wow.
Because they're running close to, for the ones, the sizes we need, they're 250 to 300 kW. And you're talking in the price range of now with the emission, they used to be about 100 and 130,000 apiece. But with the emissions regulations, they've tripled. They're 200 to 400,000 apiece. And you can't get them.
Okay, just a couple more follow-ups, if I might, Madam Chairman. Your budget for personal services went up $759,000. You added employees?
Yes, ma'am. The Facilities Maintenance Division moved from shared services back into maintenance and construction. That was roughly $500,000 of it, and the rest is the 2%, I believe, that's budgeted for salary increases.
So we didn't really add new personnel?
No,
at
ma'am.
ECUA, we
Yes.
just were flip-flopped?
Yes,
Okay.
no, I have vacant positions. I can't hire anybody. We schedule interviews and people aren't showing up. It's that kind of market.
Well,
So,
and,
right.
and just one other
Yeah,
final sort of
keep going.
editorial comment, because what you described about the price of goods and even getting goods, I think we are across the board going to be facing that. Every job I'm on, insulation's up 50% if you can get it, all of these things. Would it make sense for us to, department heads, to go through budgets and say, this is kind of where we think it's going so that we have a realistic budget at the end of the year to adopt? Because we're on a collision course with disaster, with materials, trucking companies, personnel, all of these things.
Especially
I don't know if
personnel.
anybody has the crystal ball, but I would hate to get 3 months into the fiscal year and say, this budget's not gonna work. I mean, I don't have that answer, but I would certainly put that out for Mr. Woody and department heads.
Well, I think my folks know as well as I do that we are looking at that routinely. And we push off things that we can put off until the prices come back down as we see fit. But some things you just can't avoid, like what happened last week, so.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly, thank you. You can, Mr. Williams.
Yes, just a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
About, one of the objectives we said, perform root cause failure analysis.
Yes, sir.
What is root cause failure?
So basically, there's several different types of way people do maintenance. Like you go to a car dealership, the best thing they'd like to do is just part swap, and eventually they get it right and they send you the bill. So we drill down to what is causing a piece of machinery to go out, break. So we'll go all the way down, find the root cause, make the correct repair, and then put the machine back online, and we get much longer uptime with it. Which, again, goes back to, that also identify what can we do better in the way of preventative maintenance on that root cause, whether that could be additional grease, or things like that. One of the things, a great example is, we used to get about 3 months out of a conveyor at the CWRF before all the bearings would fail. And the system we put in about 5 or 6 years ago, we developed an air purged bearing instead of grease. So it's like a polymer bearing with a heavy shrouding around it, and we pump air into it to keep the sludge out. So the sludge doesn't get in because it's got pressure inside the bearing, and by doing so, the conveyor stays up and running. Matter of fact, I think we take it down like once every 5 years now to maintain it.
Holy
Yeah.
cow.
Yeah, yeah.
With that change?
Yes.
Is that right? Good
Yeah.
deal. And lastly, if I may, you said critical infrastructure on your targeted accomplishments. What critical infrastructures do you need standby power for, other than the lift stations, the water wells?
So a good example would be SCADA across the street, the EOSA building. It's, because this is a shelter, so we have a standby generator here. And those facilities, I mean, really, all our facilities are technically critical infrastructure. So you're talking buildings, a garage to maintain our fleet in the middle of a hurricane. You know, vehicles break down, and we need to keep everybody running, keep air conditioning going. It gets kind of hot, when you have a hurricane, as well as everybody knows. So those types of things, the little things, but everybody wants a generator, but, certain times a day, you're not going to have it maybe, or whatever. So that's the beauty of the portables and how we bridge that gap. And then, in tandem, we work with Gulf Power, the EOC, to restore power as quickly as we can. And, like Gulf Power, they followed us based on where our priorities were, and that's kind of how the storm recovery went, was based on really where our critical areas were, and that was the coast coming inland to prevent SSOs and try and keep things pumped down. It wasn't perfect, but between the two of us, between Gulf Power and ECUA, we had a targeted path and kept moving. And one of the first places they recovered was up here at Ellison because of the lab and some of the other facilities.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good questions, Mr. Williams. Mr. Stevens?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prisco, so, and I'd asked Mr. Rudd this question last week in reference to employees and salaries and pay and whatnot. So I'm assuming you're getting a lot of competition in the private sector, which is why you're having, that, and I'm not going to get on the
Well, it's a
subject
combination of
additional
both. I mean, we made a job offer just a couple weeks ago, matter of fact, and a gentleman accepted the job, went through drug test, background check, and then he called and resigned on the day after he was supposed to start because he took a different job. So it's a little bit of both. Some people aren't coming to the interviews. A lot of our applicants, believe it or not, they're actually RNs that are just applying to apply, and they don't screen, of course, but they say they applied, and we just can't get any folks.
Do you think that's based on what we're paying? I know we got, so have you kind of looked, examined the landscape of like similar positions in similar areas?
So you're running that paradigm of, do you flip the whole thing on its head for one or two positions? A good example is we interviewed a mechanic who was a highly qualified mechanic, came from Gulf Power. He was laid off at Gulf Power at the power plant, and he moved, and we were going to hire him into plant maintenance. And he was interested in the job and all that. When we called to make the job offer, like 2 days later, we were rushing to get it through to him. He took a job at Beard Equipment because it was $7 more an hour than we were paying, but it had no benefits. So healthcare, if you add a healthcare
Right,
and a
sure.
pension, that has value too.
Absolutely.
So, I don't know that not everybody is valuing the same thing. It's based on their age, and what things matter to them more in life. And, paid sick leave, paid time off, vacation pay, it means a lot to me.
Sure.
But not to a young guy. He's looking for $27 in his pocket, and, he's going down the road with his vehicle, that kind of thing.
No,
So,
so fair enough, because I know each department's different,
yes,
and
yes,
each job
and- but-
description is
but-
different, but so you've already done that analysis in your department, you're like, based on each one of these positions
Yes,
in various maintenance department, we're pretty, you feel you're pretty competitive in your department with what the.
Well, I would say the skilled positions. Now, there's some of the lower paying jobs, we could probably raise the pay there because they're just over what, Florida's asking for with the new $15 minimum wage kind of thing. Maybe you could look at those. But we're constantly flipping I know Brian is as well as I am. I have at least 3 positions open in lift stations. I have 2 mechanical craft workers in plant maintenance. I'm missing a mechanic, and it's just gonna get worse because you can't find people that are trained with the skills to work on diesel engines or rotating equipment. And we can train them, but a lot of guys don't want to do that. They want to work with their iPhone. We don't do that. We're
Are we
hands-on.
subbing any of that out? I'm assuming
No,
when
we
it comes
do it.
to
I
our
keep it
fleet
all-
vehicles?
No, well, I don't do the fleet. That's Randy, so you'd have to
Okay,
ask him
okay.
that question. Yeah, but I don't sub out any of my primary maintenance. I do not. I keep that in-house because that is our core mission, is keeping ECUA operational. I'm not going to rely on a contractor.
Sure.
Emergencies that I don't keep the equipment for, that's what we sub out. That's our emergency contractor, like we used at Bayou Marcus to carry the big, because we don't have a traco big enough to lift a 20-foot stick of 30-inch ductile iron pipe. So we don't have that type of equipment. Now, we're trying to get better at it, but that's not our primary thing. We don't have trench boxes that go past 7 feet, those types of things on excavations. So, you know, we're limited. Those are the kind of things we'll bid out, like septic hauling. We have some trucks, but if I get into a big emergency, I call contracted SBP, and some of the others, Extreme and Boyette, whoever's available. We've used them during the hurricanes and those types of things. But again, in-house, primary maintenance, we do it.
Okay, and last question, if I may, to that, and it's a very small increase, 12,500, when it comes to rental and leases.
Yes.
And it was a mold remediation, but to that point, on the $63,000, is any of this equipment, would it be worthwhile for us to purchase it as opposed to lease it? Is it one of these situations where we're leasing equipment for X amount of dollars and it may behoove us to purchase it and then have it and save that money, or is it, or most of these pieces of equipment we're leasing are so utilized infrequently that it would just be cost prohibitive for us to?
So yes and no.
Purchase.
Great question. Like rental equipment, for example, we own a 60 or plus foot lift at the CWRF that's diesel, it's all terrain, it can get in and around in a building. Facilities maintenance likes to borrow it, but I don't have a lowboy. In one of the future board meetings that's gonna be on the agenda, I'm buying a lowboy to be able to move that around, and other equipment like my backhoe and things like that. So, and then regional services, I asked them this year to look into buying perhaps a medium-sized track hoe and equipment so we can do more, be more aggressive making repairs on the side of the road.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
So, but that's a great question. We balance that all the time on renting versus owning.
Okay,
So, yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was good questions from everyone. I agree totally on the price of construction. I know how that's going up, so I like Ms. Benson's line of, you know, let's make sure that we have enough in our budget
Yes, ma'am.
to take care of those price increases on construction. And wow, I can't believe how much those generators are now.
Yes, ma'am. And we're
That's
trying,
amazing.
we're trying to buy them through Cummins, and it takes me months to even get a call back because they can't get a price because the materials for them are changing. And then there's a chip shortage in the vehicle
Yeah.
industry, and it's impacting them as well. So, yeah, there's some ripple effect out there.
And thank you for telling us about the slide gate. That makes me happy.
Yes.
Always
Very-
worried about security out there.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, and I don't see any other questions. So we will move now to Mr. Stacy Hayden, I guess. Do you want to put, sorry about that, Brian. Stacy, we skipped you last week, so I don't want you to have to talk twice in a row, 2 times in a row, because I know you're coming back up.
Members of the CAC, I apologize for being late to the party. It's good to see everyone's face without the mask now, and you can probably tell what I look like now, and I'll put my mask back on because I know you probably don't want to see that. I just want to take the opportunity to give you a little bit of background for our department and an overview of what our different divisions are. I understand that we have a pretty lengthy agenda, so I'm going to try to run through it rather quickly. If you have any questions, please stop me. I'll slow down at any time if you like.
I'm going to say one thing. This will be on last week's agenda, just making sure everybody realizes that. Thank you.
So an overview for our department's primary responsibilities. I mean, it's right there on black and white. The engineering department is responsible for planning, design, and construction management of all upgrades, improvements, replacements, and extensions to the water and wastewater systems. This includes development of recommendations for capital improvements, review and approval of line extensions proposed for new developments, and in addition, a large part of what our department does is the engineering department is also responsible for implementing projects and providing administrative reports to ensure the ECUA's compliance with the FDP consent order to reduce sanitary sewer overflows. The engineering department is divided up into 4 main divisions. We have our engineering projects division, utilities development, utilities coordination, and wastewater infrastructure. The engineering projects division, they're mainly responsible for design and construction management of, sewer expansion projects, antiquated water line replacements, and water service renewals. The Utilities Development Division, they are mainly responsible for the permitting side of things with respect to the extension of our water and sewer systems and connections for, like a single service. The Domino's comes in, they need water and sewer, they will submit what we call a single service application. Another division, our utilities coordination. That part of our department is responsible for coordinating with the city, the county, and DOT on their projects, and wherever we have to relocate our water and sewer facilities to accommodate their widening, safety improvement projects, and things like that. Lastly, the wastewater infrastructure division, I hinted on that earlier. Their main task is, to respond and develop projects for response for the DEP consent order, this involves all sewer rehabilitation work, sewer force main replacement, and flow monitoring, just to name a few of the projects that they deal with. The engineering department, we have 37 staff members. We have 11 of the staff are engineers, which includes myself, and 10 of which are all professionally licensed in the state of Florida. We do have to maintain our licenses with 18 professional hours, professional development hours every 2 years. We have 1 inspector supervisor, 7 inspectors, and 2 manhole coordinators that oversee the inspection of all the new construction that goes in our wastewater collection and our water distribution system. They also have to maintain certifications in CPR, maintenance of traffic, OSHA certifications, and some other FDP certifications as well, very similar to what our regional services department has to have. We have several other positions, 3 GIS analysts, which GIS is a Geographical Information Systems Analyst. Basically, there's a lot more to what they do, but when you see a nice map pull up on our ECUA GIS system, they're responsible for inputting the data into that system, but it can be used for a number of other things. It's not just putting pretty lines on a map. We use that for analysis to see, hey, how old are the pipes? Do they need to be replaced? It's, we'll be tying that into asset management further down the road. We use that for putting together help with emergency response plans. How do we shut off our water system to prevent, if there's a water main break, we can shut our water system off and we know where those valves are. So that's very helpful and key to our emergency response. And of course, we have several other department staff, and without them, our job in that department would be almost impossible. I'm requesting $295,000 for our operating budget, which does not include salaries and benefits for the staff. The 4 biggest items that contribute to approximately half of our budget are professional services that we'd use for consultants for various tasks. And it's, that's as needed. That's not related to a CIP project. We have contractual services that could be for our CCTV software, vendor coming in to do some training for us and for other departments. We have software, and then lastly, fuel for our inspector and pool vehicles. That accounts to roughly half of our budget, as I said before. The differences between my fiscal year 21 budget and the proposed fiscal year 22 budget is pretty minor, but it is a decrease nonetheless. My operational budget request for next year is about $7,300 lower than last year, and a large part of the reduction is due to less repair and maintenance costs for our vehicles that have gone down. We have replaced several older vehicles that were higher cost to operate and maintain, so that's helped us out quite a bit, and it's more reliable, and so we're not changing out a vehicle that's not working for a pool vehicle. I believe my budget request for this fiscal year supports ECUA's mission to promote the quality of life of the ECUA by providing water, wastewater, and sanitation services. Well, not so much sanitation, but we do support them if we can, in an effective and efficient manner. And in that regard, some of our goals and targeted accomplishments from the past and present are as follows. I would say let's begin with what was our goals for fiscal year 21. Did we meet them? The first one was to ensure orderly growth of the water and wastewater systems. That's a pretty generic goal. I understand that. But our target there is, when development comes in, proposed development comes in, how are they impacting our system? Are they negatively impacting it? Are we making adjustments and proposed improvements as necessary? Yes, it's a generic goal, but we did, I do say that we have to meet that, or did meet that. Second was to provide the board with information necessary to establish policies affecting growth and systems, and so forth. It basically relates to our engineering manual and our policies related to new development. So far, we're on track to meet this goal by way of updating our engineering manual. So I should have said that to begin with. We set a goal to update the engineering manual. We are somewhat behind, but we do anticipate having that finished by the end of this fiscal year. That'll be a big accomplishment for us and our team. The third goal from fiscal year 21 was to cost effectively comply with the requirements and deadlines established by the DEP consent order. I believe we are meeting this goal. We are spending the money on sewer rehab as required by the consent order. Most of the millions of dollars, and here comes the cost-effective part, most of the millions of dollars of sewer rehab projects are being developed and managed using in-house engineers and other staff. And this translates into a tremendous cost savings for ECUA's ratepayers by not having to pay consultants that would normally otherwise be required. In addition, it's not only a cost savings, but the efficiency part comes in with the work is getting out the door into our contractors' hands, and we have annual service contractors that we use for a lot of this work that, they bid initially at the beginning of, or at the initial part of the project for annual contracts. And so it is competitively bid. Once we have those annual contracts in place, and you'll see, I believe there are 3 of them presented to you today for your consideration. We renew those for maybe up to 3 years on an annual basis. We review them. Are they doing good work? If they are, and we believe the price is still competitive, then we will propose that the CAC and the board approve their renewal of their contract for an additional year. If not, then we, stop their contract and rebid it if necessary. The feedback from the CAC from other presentations thus far is to develop some goals for the fiscal year that may be measured to better track performance and identify opportunities for improvement within each department. Admittedly, my 2021 goals don't fit this direction at the moment, but I will say that we're taking steps to develop some meaningful and measurable goals moving forward. One such measurement is the response time to our customers' questions. And to aid in this effort in the permitting arena, we're going to implement a web-based application. Basically, it's some web-based computer software where we can, developers and engineers, they can submit applications electronically. They can be electronically reviewed to the extent that we can. It won't be 100% electronic, but that'll help move things along more quickly, we believe. The biggest part of that is going to be tracking of communication, more open communication, more transparency with the developers and the EORs being the engineer of records, such that if there's a question about their permit, where they stand, when was the last time we're waiting on ECUA, or who am I waiting on as a developer to get this permit through? Because we've heard the developers, we've heard the engineers loud and clear. We don't want to be that holdup. So this is a better way to communicate, we believe, and track our progress. So one of our measurable goals is to track how much time we have between communicating at ECUA and the end user, the developer, or the engineer. We will develop some other measurable goals and share them with the CAC and the board as we progress through this. So moving on to some of our...
Ask
Yes,
you a
ma'am.
question
Sure.
on that part? So will there be like a queue where you can look and see, oh, wait, we didn't answer this timely?
Yes,
Or-
ma'am. And it's still to be determined, but I understand there is a queue so that I can go in, or any of our department staff can go in and say, hey, look, there's an unanswered question. It's in my my responsibility to respond, or, the person down the hall from me, they should be responding what's going on. And not only that, if someone's out on vacation and I say, hey, this is supposed to go to Jim, whomever, Jim's out on vacation, I need to make sure to follow up with that person, or their supervisor could forward that on to somebody else to respond to.
I love that, and that works so well. We use a queue, and every day you get a report at the end of the day of what's in your queue, each person. And so, and things slip through, but that report at the end of the day, I have people saying, hey, I did this one, go in the system and see what happened. And it's somebody left a date. If you put the date in wrong in a computer, sometimes it kicks it out, or for different reasons, things don't happen. So that is such a great thing, and such a so good for our customers. I'm very happy.
We're really looking forward to it.
I think Ms. Benson has a question too.
Yes, if I may. First of all, thank you for addressing last year's goals. That was the whole point of this process, and I think by addressing last year's goals, you realize that they need to be measurable so that next year you can look back. So it tells me the process is working, and I thank you. I have a couple of other questions, though. For a while, we had a huge problem attracting qualified engineers, and we were losing them to the. Are we finally at the point where we're pretty stable with our body of engineers?
We are. We do not have any open engineering positions. I'm very fortunate of the staff that we have. They're a very good fit for our organization. And I will say that when we advertised for the last engineering position, salary was a concern. And if we, I hope we don't ever have to have this in the future, but if we do, we may be a little pressed to find an engineer for the same salary, and I hope they're not listening to this. But,
Well, Mr. Stevens addressed the whole employee situation, and we're coming into a different economic time, and suddenly we're going to meet challenges in employment, and it's not going to be just across the board. Sometimes it's engineers, sometimes it's CDL drivers and all of that. So that's an important thing to do during this budget process. Okay, I have one more item, Madam Chairman. GIS. I had a scathing complaint recently about somebody who thought that the meter was one, or the lines were one place, and were told that they were there, and then they were not, and it cost them a lot of money to tie in, and they complained because we didn't know where our lines were, and yes, our system is certainly very antiquated. How do we update, particularly downtown where our system is the oldest? When we do I&I, are we updating our GIS system? What's our process for bringing it up to date?
That's a very good question, and you hit on a topic that I'm really excited about. So one of the things that we have, that we're doing right now, is we take our sewer inspection videos, and we are trying to link that up with our GIS system, so that as the sewer videos are collected, you can go into our GIS system, select a pipe, and then you can select to watch the video. So the process is, as the sewer system is inspected, there's an inspection report. If there are changes that are reported to us to make on our maps, then there's a work order system. We make the changes, and then the maps are instantly updated, and you'll be able to see it within just a matter of minutes of it being updated. So our GIS was developed based on some what we call old Mylar drawings. It's basically paper drawings and such, and so they're pretty old. They came to us, some from the city, some from the county. Some were reliable, some were obviously not so reliable. And by our code, we are required to provide the customer with any information, any and all information that we have, drawings or otherwise, related to where that sewer service is. We understand that this information is not always 100% accurate. In some cases, it could be wildly different than from what's in the system. We do have a very big disclaimer on the bottom that says, hey, we're providing this information to you because it's what we have. We haven't been able to confirm it, and I'm actually looking at making some changes to our disclaimer. But we try to notify every customer, tell the customer that comes in and they're wanting to know where the sewer service lateral is and they're asking for a map, and say, look, this is what we have, but we're not sure that it's there or not. And, you know, we try to give them the best information we've got, and then it's up to the customer, you know, the plumber to dig down and say, is this lateral here or not? And, you know, a measurement is not a measurement is not a measurement. And it's all in the way it's received, or by the person that's receiving it. By that I mean, if we say a lateral is 300 feet from a manhole, that's at the connection point. Pipes can go all different directions like snakes, and there's no guarantee that that pipe is at your property at 300 feet from the manhole. So that just shows the connection point. When we do our sewer rehab projects, we have sewer service cleanouts installed at the property line. When those are put in, we are taking measurements. We're taking some GPS points. We're going to implement taking GPS points and measurements for the cleanout location at the property line. That'll go a long way into helping out the customer, you know, down the road, find that lateral. That's a big part of what was missing. That long answer, but that's as much details I can provide there.
And Madam Chairman, if I can just sort of sum up, I would love to see that as one of your measurable goals, whereas, you know, regionally or this many corrections or whatever. And it seems like that would be a great thing for a young intern to do, to look at these videos and to update GIS. It's easy to talk about interns and different thing to find them, but.
Yes, ma'am. May I
Yes, please
respond?
respond.
We do have one intern, actually. We have availability for another one, so we will be looking to and this is in our GIS department.
Good.
So we will be looking to backfill that position here shortly. But we do have a spot for 2 interns that will be, we got one filled, we're looking for another.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
I think Mr. Stevens has a question too.
So you answered my first question that Ms. Benson had. I probably got a copy on the same email. Question, updating manuals. And so the question I'll get frequently, and you probably get it a lot too, is from developers, builders will call me up and tell me that, you know, this particular piece or part was spec'd into an approved part, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're spec'ing in something different. So these manuals, are they online for the developer to go in there and look at it and say, okay, this Ford brand XYZ is an approved ECUA part, and again, pretty easy to find, user-friendly, that sort of thing, as opposed to us making some changes or alterations where, you know, where a developer specs one part or piece in, right, that was approved, I don't know, last year, and now all of a sudden it's not approved, and they've budgeted accordingly, and now we're asking them to spec in an alternate piece that may or may not be more expensive.
Gotcha.
Yes, please answer.
There are few parts to that question that I'll try to answer. So when we update our manual, yes, everything is online. Occasionally, we have to make some interim adjustments or interim changes to the manual. We try to incorporate those details, the very detailed drawings. We incorporate those with plan approvals that are approved from that date forward. Any changes we would include in their plans. We can't, in some cases, we can't accommodate a requested change because it may be cheaper for the developer or the contractor to implement, but that part may have implications to our maintenance division. So on our trucks, and I'm not going to speak to this too much because that's Brian's arena, but our trucks are only so big, we can only carry so many parts, and if we get manufacturer X and it's not comparable to manufacturer Y, then we have to carry a lot more parts on the truck, or if we don't have it, we have to come back to our warehouse or go to some of our vendors. So that creates problems too. But if there's a change, we send details out to our contractors, our engineer records, and try to make sure that they're aware of the change. In the instance, there are some, I'll just say some failing parts, for example, that we got wind of and our regional services department had to respond to on an emergency call out. We found out that these parts were bad, and so we made the immediate change to say we no longer accept manufacturer X, Y, or Z. We let our vendors know, and we tried to let our contractors know as quickly as possible so that they can make changes. But that was something that's rare, but we have to do on occasion just to make a blanket change to protect our residents and ECUA ratepayers.
Yeah, and I guess, to your point, I mean, you make them as timely manner as you can, because if you've got developer X, developing subdivision, he's going online, looking at ECUA, here's the approved parts, pieces, and so forth. He goes and puts those in his bid, and then you get to that point, which sometimes is months later, right, permitting and so forth, and then ECUA says, we're no longer approving that. That's no longer an approved part. I'm assuming that doesn't happen a lot. I don't get tons of calls on those. I do get a few with in their screenshotting me, hey, this was approved with ECUA before, now it's not, what's going on? We've already had these expenditures based on this being an approved part at the time. So and I also understand that if the engineers and our folks at ECUA go out there and find, a multitude of issues with this particular part, it's like, we're not using that part anymore. Obviously, it's got a history of failure. I'm assuming that's put in, like you said, as soon as you can into our online process where the individuals can look at that and say, okay, that's not approved anymore. So that's probably as a business owner myself, I'm sensitive to that. Is having all the facts and approved parts in this case available as quickly as possible before you submit those proposals.
Yes, sir. Part of our process, so there are two things there. One, we do not want it, that is a last resort deal or decision to make, to change a part, reject a manufacturer for whatever reason. That is a last resort, and we do acknowledge that, hey, this package of plans was already approved, and now you're telling them you can't, move forward with that product. There are some instances that I believe a situation recently came up. A developer wanted to use, another manufacturer that we did not have spec'd out. We have a process for a product approval, and it's very detailed. You can go through and depending on the product, we can say yes, it's approved, or if it needs more testing, then we have up to a 2-year test period for certain products, and we're open. We understand that competition is not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It helps our ratepayers, and we do that as well. We also have, when a developer begins construction, we have a mandatory pre-construction conference. A lot of times that gets missed, and we have to remind contractors to say, hey, come back in, meet with us. We have this pre-construction conference for a reason, and at that time, we ask the contractors to submit to us material submittal data. And sometimes that's a little hard to pull from some folks, and when they don't, that's when things get missed oftentimes, and then we get the phone call saying, hey, why won't you let us use this piece or part? And we say, well, it's not in our manual. If you want to use it, we got a process to go through, and otherwise, stick to the manual. Because it may seem like a small thing, but, we have, just for thread types, for example, if we change one thread type, then it impacts our regional services division. It could impact them substantially. It could have a minor impact, not at all, but we just don't know until we have a chance to look at the product and make sure. So,
Okay.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good questions. Mr. Williams.
Stacy, if I understood you correctly, you're going to monitor or measure your supervisors returning phone calls?
I'm sorry, what was the?
I know you were talking, maybe I missed it, but do you get calls from customers who want to speak to supervisors? Do you get those kind of calls?
Occasionally, yes, sir.
Oh. not as much as other departments then?
Correct. Usually if something's breaking, unless they have a specific, gripe with our department, then I will get the phone call. But typically, if it's a broken water main or a ECUA truck run over my, grass, I want it repaired, then I'll call customer service and I'll.
Okay. No, that question then would be better suited for another department. But what I was thinking about would be an objective to measure how often phone calls are returned. I get customers who say they don't get phone calls returned. So it would be you that they'd be talking about mainly. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, interesting discussion. I don't want this to be taken as a criticism, because our engineering department does a great job, very professional, very responsive and stuff. But I think a problem that we have organizationally, and we're not the only organization, a lot of government organizations have this problem, is is a government or bureaucracy mindset. Everybody here is going to get paid next week, and it's predictable and it's orderly and it doesn't have many contingencies at all, If a realtor doesn't close a property or a title company doesn't get a property closed, they don't get paid. If a developer is doing a development and they're not able to pay their construction loan and they don't have the money, they go out of business, they don't finish, nobody gets paid. And so a lot of times, as a governmental agency, I think I've talked about this before, sometimes we lack a sense of urgency. Everything's going to be there when we get back from vacation, and I'm not, hammering anybody for this, but I wonder if there's any way, and if it's in goals or objectives, if there's any way that culturally we can improve on that sense of urgency, and then follow that up with proactive communication. So we've got so-and-so that didn't come in and get everything certified. We've got a change that could impact them. Is there anybody that can see this and reach out to them and say, hey, there's a potential problem looming here, rather than having them say, to call me up as a board member and say, hey, they moved the goalpost on me. Here I am, I've done everything they've told me to do, and now I've got to, pay these people, get these places sold, and I can't hook up to the sewer now, and it's holding me up from making the sales because I've got everything else done that you told me to do. And I've heard stuff, well, like, yeah, so-and-so was on vacation, and then this happened, and that happened, and we didn't get back to them. And so I don't know how we quantify that or measure it or put it into a goal or figure it out culturally. But and I know that once, typically once we get those calls and I'll tell you honestly, a lot of the people are afraid to call us and have us follow up with them because they think they're going to get retaliated against. And I don't know, that may be the old administration or whatever, but I've had them tell me, I've had them bring a problem to this, and I'm like, I'll get right on it, let me call them and talk to them. No, don't do that, they're going to get me on the next project, And so the perception's out there, whether it's true or not, I don't think it's true, but there's the perception out there that they're going to tick off some bureaucrat, and that on their next project down the road, they're going to get them back, And so I don't know how we and I know that our new directors, kind of working with certain people and groups to try and improve communication and stuff. But I don't know how we do it. But I'd like to see us. And I will say that if they do say, yeah, let's see if we can work it out. And I contact engineering. Engineering is very responsive. They get on the ball and get things going and usually get it resolved fairly quickly. But I don't know how we resolve that cultural thing, both with us of sometimes, well, is there really a sense of urgency, and with them of, nobody should be fearful about calling their board member because they fear retaliation from an organization. So something to think about. I don't expect any resolution to that today, but hopefully, moving forward, we can be thinking about those and have suggestions.
Thank you. Mr. Woody?
Yeah, part of what I would add, absolutely a sense of urgency and being proactive is important. you gave good examples of how that is more intensely communicated to employees on the private sector because that's how they get paid. The nexus is a lot more transparent there. But I think on the public sector side, that probably comes as much through having a strong culture of pride in where you work, the service you provide, and that's something that the majority of these employees have, but we need to continue to work. That also helps pick apart the natural tendency that you might have for one department to think more about themselves as their own individual department than they do as a portion of the, we're all ECUA, and we aren't a series of individual departments. So I'm sensitive to what you're saying.
I had to tell a funny story. So I have a son that now works for my company, and he comes into my office one day and he says, "How do I put ECUA's hair on fire?" And I said, "What?" And he goes, "Well, the closer's hair's on fire, and I just lit my assistant's hair on fire, but nobody at ECUA has their hair on fire about this MLS." And I'm like, okay, calm down. Let me call Gabe, and I'll light his hair on fire for you. Of course, Gabe fixed it, quickly, but so I understand exactly what you're talking about, that sense of urgency, and I think the staff has it, but it's sometimes getting to that point, you know what I mean? So,
If I may, I
Yes,
would
please.
like to make a couple of points, and I wrote down some numbers here. Back in 2014, we had approximately 15 system extensions for the year. Navy Federal development has skyrocketed throughout the area. Last year, we received 93 system extensions and 65 what we call single service extensions or connections. At the end of March this year, we have received 33 system extensions and 22 single service connections. So given that we're in the, only a third of the year has eclipsed or surpassed, then, we're on target to do that same amount this year. We recently hired, to your point, we take very seriously, and I know you weren't directing that toward me, but we take very seriously that, hey, time is money for the developers. We understand that. We shouldn't be holding them up unnecessarily at all. We have hired a new engineer that is in our utilities development division. So now we have 2 engineers that are reviewing permit applications along with our engineering technicians on staff to help with that review process. We are now cross-training some of our administrative assistants and confidential assistants so that if some person does go out on vacation for 2 weeks, we got a little bit more backup. That way, we're not trying to let anything lag. I don't even want to say lag just a little bit. I don't want any lag. If it's ready, let's get it out the door. If there's a question, let's ask it that day. So hopefully that helps. Thank you.
is the new computer system helping you?
Well, we haven't implemented that yet. We are in discussions with a vendor right now, and I don't want to say it'll be implemented before the end of this fiscal year. I'm very hopeful, but it's just getting it in, getting installed, getting people trained. That may take a little bit more time and run over into next fiscal year.
I think it'll be really helpful to you, though.
Oh, absolutely, with tracking and a lot of different aspects, it'll be helpful.
Thank you, Stacy. Mr. Perkins.
I don't know if you know this, Stacy, but, because you've been here a while, but when Bill Johnson was here, I remember them, having these paper maps that they used and everything all the time, and then we upgraded to the GIS system, and I'm wondering, has that helped us? Are we tightening up where everything is? Are we getting a better, more accurate picture and system-wide, developing more accuracy over the years?
May I?
Yes, please do.
Yes, sir. We absolutely are. A few years ago, we did a force main condition assessment, and part of that condition assessment is find out what we don't know to the extent that we can. I think we had 65% of our pipes were the pressurized force mains. We didn't know what material they were. As part of that consultant's work, we were able to go through our files, find out what material that is, and that helps us out quite a bit. So as we collect new data, we're updating it immediately. The CCTV connection is going to be a big help, because if you pull up a sewer main, you look at the CCTV, somebody watching the CCTV information can directly look at our computer screen and say, hey, look, this doesn't match up. So they can correct it, pretty much on the fly. Not only that, I'm trying to make it computerized to where if a CCTV operator documents that there's a lateral here, it has a code that's put in a database, and when you merge the two, CCTV and our GIS, it would automatically update that pipe. That's going to be the next progression in this, but we're taking baby steps right now. We're getting there. We have a long way to go, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Perkins.
I know we did a big valving project a few years back, and that may be more with water, so we can work on areas and stuff, but did that valving project help out with sewer infrastructure at all?
I'm trying to think of a sewer project that we had for valves. May not be the right person to speak to on that. I know we did a water valve location service, WOX, and they gave us some GPS points for, I believe, water valves and possibly water meters. We do have those GPS points in our GIS system now.
You want to continue? Okay. Thank you. I think we're really lucky when it comes to the jobs thing, which we weren't 10 years ago. We didn't have jobs for our youth, and I'm hearing now that we got a lot of jobs, but I just want to make sure that we keep in mind affordable housing too at the same time, and I think we're doing our part, and I appreciate you giving us this update today. If we don't, do we have any other questions for Mr. Hayden?
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry about that. We move now to regional services. And real quick, I'd like to introduce to the rest of the CAC, Ms. Lori Murphy, who is a new CAC member this month. So, hello, everybody. Nice to meet you, and glad you're here. Thank you. All right, thank you, Brian.
Good afternoon. I'm Brian Reed. I'm the Director of Regional Services. If you don't mind, I'll answer Mr. Perkins' question about the valves.
Yes, sir.
We did
Thank
a
you.
large scale, it was water valves downtown, and it's made a huge improvement. It was blocks and blocks would have to be shut down to repair a main, and that's made a huge improvement. But I believe it was just water valves. Yes, sir. The Regional Services Department is responsible for maintenance of the water distribution system and the wastewater collection system. The major features of the water system are water mains, water service lines, water meters, fire hydrants, and water valves. The major features of the collection system are gravity sewer mains, manholes, service laterals, pressurized force mains, control valves, and air release valves. We have 9 divisions in the department. We've got the 3 major divisions are geographical, and they maintain all the water mains, sewer mains, everything else within those 3 regions. There's an east region, which is everything east of Palafox and 29. The west region, which is west of 29 and north of, say, Fairfield, kind of extended. And then the south region, which is everything south of Fairfield, including Perdido Key. We have a sewer maintenance division, and they maintain all of the manholes. They also have the 5 vacuum trucks for cleaning sewer mains and responding to main breaks. They have the 3 camera trucks that are used to inspect sewer mains. We have a hydrant and flush crew, which they maintain all of the fire hydrants. They flow test them every periodically. They paint them. They do any kind of preventative maintenance necessary. And they also flush the water system out, dead-end water mains and other problem areas. Periodically, they flush those. We have a patch crew, which is anytime we have to cut a road or we have to dig in somebody's yard or something like that, or the right-of-way in front of somebody's house. The patch crew will come back and repair the road, fill the hole, put out sod, that kind of thing. We have a valve crew, and they do preventative maintenance on all of our valves. They exercise them and make sure they're in good condition. They also maintain and do preventative maintenance on all of the air release valves. And for anybody that doesn't know, on a pressurized force main, you may get an air pocket at the top of the force main. The air release valve allows that air to be released from the main, and it it keeps everything working properly. We have a fats, oils, and grease division, and they make sure all of our restaurants, our food service establishments are in compliance with our regulations about fats, oils, and grease being discharged into the sewer system. And then there's an administrative division. There are 113 employees in the department. There are 2 professional engineers. We have 64 employees that have water distribution system operator licenses. Anybody that affects the quality and/or quantity of water, drinking water, has to have one of these licenses to do certain tasks. We have some employees that don't have to interact with the water system at all, so that we don't require the license for them. They have a wastewater collection certification that just means that they've studied and passed courses to certify that they know what they're doing.
I have a question.
Yes,
from-
ma'am.
From Ms. Benson.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I want to go back to the FOG program, and I'm trying to remember, it seems to me when the pandemic hit, we made some modifications in the requirements of restaurants with regard to the FOG program. Do I remember correctly?
Yes, ma'am, you're correct, and we actually kind of suspended inspections for a while. We tried to be sensitive to the fact that restaurants and food service establishments were going through a very difficult time, and we didn't want to exacerbate that situation. So we tried to be, we kind of suspended inspections for a while, and we kind of reduce the frequency. It was only on the really problem restaurants.
May I
And she'd
follow
like to
up?
continue.
So have we resumed operation fully, or are we phasing back in?
For the most part, I mean, it's still kind of a reduced frequency.
So I guess what it makes me ask is, I mean, is this a bureaucracy or a part of our bureaucracy that we could shrink? Now we've had some experience with we went at a problem causing these oil spills from restaurants. We've targeted the problem, we've trained these people, we've put in protocols. Maybe it's time for us to step back and reduce the FOG program, maybe with new restaurants, being more aggressive, but then when somebody has a track record, maybe we can step back. It would be a good time to evaluate because we just had an experience with stepping back. Just a thought.
Yes, ma'am, and we do that when, we try to, restaurants that have been a problem in the past, they haven't been compliant, we've inspected more frequently. Restaurants that are always in compliance, less frequently, maybe once a year. And, that seems appropriate to me. And to kind of put it in perspective, we have 2 FOG inspectors, so it's not a huge department or division.
Do you want to continue? Well, while we're talking about FOG, we used to give away an award for, if we found they were doing it right. And boy, I mean, restaurants could use anything to help them at this point. So I had asked last year if we were going to give the awards away again, and then we hit COVID, and I think we weren't really focused on that. But I'd like to see that awards program come back
I'll talk
for the ones
to,
that are doing it right.
pardon me, I'll talk to Jim Roberts. Jim's always kind of led the charge on that, and we give him the names of the restaurants that have been doing a good job, and Jim gives them an award, and it does seem to get a good response.
Yeah, thank you very much. You can,
I think right now, rather than an award, they'd like some more employees.
more employees or more people coming in. Thank you. You can continue.
The total budget for the department is $12.2 million. We're looking at an increase of about 3.4%. 220,000 of that is for salary and benefit increases. Those are just kind of natural, based on merit increases for employees. 195,000 is what we're asking in addition as far as materials, equipment, supplies. We have a big part of that is going to new service materials, meters for new houses. I mean, I think everybody knows that we're having a huge amount of growth in the community, and that requires us to, we have to make that connection for those new customers, and we have to have materials and equipment, and and then the increasing cost of those materials and equipment. So that's where the majority of that, how that majority of that money will be spent. A new initiative that we're looking at this year is to create a meter maintenance division from within the department. They would be strictly focused on maintaining meters. Right now, those responsibilities fall on the regions. We would be reassigning existing employees, and for the most part using funds that are already existing, but we would need some additional funds for that division. And I am going to ask for 2 additional employees. Mr. Kimball usually gives me a hard time every year when I ask for more overtime money and no more employees. So I think it's appropriate this year to ask for a couple of new employees. As far as the targeted,
Mr. Kimball has a question too.
yes, sir?
Well, so that might answer my question about, because your overtime budget, you got it like less, so is that, I mean, well, from 2020's actual, it's significantly less. I see you got more in there from what the 2021 budget was. I mean, it's just,
Is the increase less?
no, I'm just saying, like, so 2020's actual was 641, and then, but you're only asking for 561. So is the theoretical decrease because you are gonna be adding the staff? I see where 2021 budget was 547, so we're going up, but I'm just saying, if 2020 was 641, is it realistic to go down?
You saying you're decreasing the overtime, is the reason you're decreasing the
Yes.
overtime
Is it
because of the new people?
staff? I mean,
I'm trying to find it on the,
It's on overtime miscellaneous up top. Third line
yes,
down.
okay, I got it. Well, we're actually going from 547,000 to 561,000. So there is an increase for
Okay,
this
so-
year, but it's moderate.
okay. So our budget for 2020, we expect that to be what the actual is? So That's all I'm getting at. I'm just saying, it was so high in 2020. If we went down and then we're going back up a little bit, I'm just,
Yes, sir.
I'm just trying to track with you.
We're on target.
Is that for, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But to answer your question, yes, I do think that it's going to improve the overtime situation.
Mr. Stevens has a question.
Yes, so just to follow up on your reply and Mr. Kimball's question is yes. I mean, I kind of, it kind of stood out to me as well, the 641 overtime miscellaneous in 2020, and then, of course, it's being reduced. So the two, just to reconfirm, the two additional employees that you're requesting is to hopefully further offset the overtime hours. Because when I'm
Yeah.
doing budgets, and I
Yeah.
do that all day in various companies, is I look at how many employees, whether it's one or 1.5 employees, that I can have full-time as opposed to paying X amount of individuals time and a half or double time to accomplish the same goal. So
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that's exactly what that's going to be,
Yes, sir. That's correct.
to lower that. Okay. And one more question as it relates to this, if I may, is, and I think I've asked each one of the department heads, or most of them, do you think your pay is, because you've added 200 and some odd thousand, so I could probably answer this question for you, to increase salaries and bonuses and so forth, and I'm assuming you're doing that to stay competitive with the private sector.
Yes, sir. A lot of that is, we have what we call a progression plan, and if an employee completes certain, if they get their water distribution license, if they complete some other training, and they meet a certain amount of time, then there's a natural, they progress to the next, actually a couple of pay grades higher. So that's where a lot of that comes from. It's built in, and it's an incentive for employees to improve themselves, and it gives them something to look forward to. Probably the lower end of the entry level is probably where we're struggling the most. Once an employee's been with us for a couple of years, they can really they can progress through that plan, and they really start to do pretty well, and we're very competitive. But and I've talked to I've discussed a couple of things with the HR department as far as shortening up that initial period, and maybe increasing that initial pay, because we are having a difficult time attracting new entry-level employees.
Thank you.
Mr. Woody?
I just might add, the beauty of a career progression program, and they exist in several different departments for different classifications of employees. Mechanics, operators, both the wastewater as well as water and several others. We budget for the number of full-time equivalent positions we have in those broad categories, but we don't get down to the nitty-gritty to say that there's 21 Class 3 operators and there's 15 Class 2 operators, et cetera. We have we have operators of various classifications, and the initiative and drive of a particular employee and their ability to study, take tests, get additional licenses, plus the additional time that the state requires in a particular position, will allow them to progress as aggressively as they want to do that. And we only benefit from that. I would love it if we had nothing but all Class A operators at the plant. But we have to hire them in at the lowest class, and they have to progress over time. But we allow them to have a little bit of control over their career progression and bring in more salary for their families, and have some pride in climbing the ladder of the organization as well.
I like it. Pay for progress. Mr. Brown has a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I reserved this question specifically for your presentation, because when looking at across the departments, yours and the only other one was maintenance and construction has an increase in this year's budget for expected increases to fuel costs. So without releasing any proprietary information for which the company I work for, This is strictly related to ECUA. There are a number of things that are going to affect fuel this coming year, especially this hurricane season that's coming up. You know, and I could say it's the administration or new guidelines from the EPA or mass hysteria when folks are going out and buying fuel in large numbers. What did you base your increase on? And I'm not questioning you with respect to it's a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. My concern initially was that across the board, besides your department, only maintenance and construction had an increase. Everyone else had none or a reduction. And based on what we're looking at, there's going to be some major increases along with shortages over the next few months moving into wintertime.
Yes, sir. My starting point is always to take a look at my budget where I am when I start to put it together. So, and then try to predict out. But yeah, a lot of that increase was based on just kind of anticipation of gas prices going up. I mean, they've been very, very low the last few years, and it seemed likely that they were going to increase. I have a lot of vehicles in the department, as does the maintenance and construction department. So it's a big factor for putting our budget together.
Madam
Yes,
Chairwoman,
please.
I think that maybe looking at the other departments, that might be something that they really do need to consider. You know, we just got done with a conference with folks from this particular region, which is going to affect us. We're going to see some huge fuel costs, not just increases in funding or costs, but shortages as well. And looking at all of the departments, I don't see that it's clearly addressed that may be coming down the pike for us.
Yeah, well, I think maybe a lot of them, the other departments don't use as much, don't drive as much, but it is a good thing that you're talking about, because I do know fuel's going up. Mr. Woody?
I think I can answer some of that, because the majority of our vehicles now are
Gas.
split with natural gas. So natural gas is running pretty flat. However, for me, the reason why we target the diesel, I'm a big diesel guy, so especially for the generators, and we're using off-road diesel. I switched to off-road to stabilize the pricing, because ECUA is not exempt from like all the taxes for buying fuel. So by switching the generators to off-road diesel, you get away from a lot of the taxes, and we were able to save a bunch of money over the last few years, so we didn't go up. But with buying generators and buying, you know, as Brian stated, some infrastructure, we naturally always add the fuel. We represent the bulk of the vehicles here. It's the vac trucks, it's the crane trucks, it's, you know, all the service trucks. You know, we're the majority of them. There's some in the water department, again, as well, but the bulk of them are within our two departments. Sanitation's all CNG, and we're probably, about 60% CNG. So it's not as huge of an impact, but after Sally this year, where there were some shortages, that's one of the things we try and put into the budget and factor that. And and our increase is based on historical. We're not really looking at like commodities index and market pricing, right? Maybe we should be, I don't know, but I'm not that smart, so. But I can tell you about a ball bearing. That's all I know.
Thank you. I was just thinking about when he was asking that question, boy, aren't we glad we changed to a natural gas fleet several years ago, or we'd really be eating it right now on gas. I think are you
I'm
done? Mr. Stevens has a question.
So just one more to kind of beat this dead horse on the fuel. I'm assuming we have more than adequate reserves when it comes to fuel. So following up on shortages and anticipating shortages coming down the pike, which I can confer as well, that I can anticipate some of those being involved with various trucking companies. So I'm assuming ECUA, we have more than adequate fuel reserves in the event of, obviously, hurricanes, and then in frequent and becoming more frequent fuel shortages where we're not running out because we're worried about I'm not just saying a hack, which had really nothing to do with us in this particular area, but
So this to answer that, there's two steps in that process. So with hurricanes in particular, Mr. Woody, with our emergency response plan, will put us in an OPCON condition. So when there's a hurricane in the Gulf, we go to an OPCON 1, and then we fuel everything. okay? And that includes reserving and topping all our fuel, all our existing tanks. So for example, like at the CWRF, asking about emergency power, we have 3 13,000-gallon tanks under the generators. So with some load shedding and all that, we can make those generators last a very long time at the plant. And I can also use those for reserves for other generators and take the diesel out of them. The sanitation department will top all the diesel tanks that they have here, and we will distribute from those tanks to all the generators in the fleet and also to buildings and vehicles as needed. So we do have a fuel plan in place, and we do stock a certain amount of fuel, but it's not like we're gonna be, I don't remember the name of the company downtown that had the 5 million gallons of winter blend, but, you know, we're not those guys, but, we do stock some fuel, yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to be just very cognizant of the fact that we're going to have, I'm predicting more fuel shortages in the future, and that we're not caught without having those adequate shortages, because I'm not sure how much notice we may have. We didn't have a whole lot of notice right now, so, you know, and again, not to disparage the forecasting, but we can forecast a hurricane out in the Gulf about a week
Yes.
or so ahead of time and top everything off. But what we can't do is anticipate. Again, I'm not proposing that this hack had anything to do with our particular area's fuel shortages. We had other issues above that, but something similar that could. And then how are we? Just think about that.
We could
'Cause
look
it's
at
not
that,
going to be a
yes.
hurricane.
Yes, absolutely, we'll
It's-
look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
Well, I'm sure glad I bought my Prius in November of this past year. 58.6 miles per gallon. Something else happened in November. I don't know what it was, but it made me decide to buy a Prius. And it seems like that's working out. We had this shortage recently. Everybody's running to buy fuels. And I'm like, man, I got 2 weeks on 10 gallons. You know, I'll be fine. So it's nice. And so I'm glad that we're cognizant of that, and we're ready to have reserves and you know, the CNG and seem like we're pretty well positioned. But I had other questions, and so we've got all this growth going on. You know, with all these new buildings, new connections, new houses, all this stuff, and so we're increasing, you know, our budgets, our personnel, and you know, our parts and stuff like that. And a lot of people may think, well, dang, we're gonna have to do a corresponding rate increase exactly as high as these increases in the budgets. But the question I have is, with all these new connections and all these new houses and anything, are we gonna recognize any revenues off of that? And if so, how long will those revenues last?
That's probably a
That's a
question for
little outside
Mr.
your
Woody
immediate field.
or Justin.
Yeah, let Justin come to the podium. I will say while he's, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump right in without asking the chair first, but
That's okay.
we are having good fortunes regarding revenue, and your next board meeting will discuss uses and sources of revenue.
Thank
So,
you.
so that's, I knew the answer. I just want to make a point that we don't have to panic because we've got more expenditure, because those expenditures are going to result in more revenue. So it's something to think about. I think a lot of times people tend to overlook that. The other, and if you want to say something, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just gonna follow up on what Mr. Woody said. Next month, we'll have the entire, budget projection, you know, for the CAC and the board, but, you know, without going through all the details at this point, our revenue, numbers where we're at for this fiscal year to date are ahead of budget, so. And, you know, we didn't do a rate increase for fiscal year 21, so all the additional revenue is due to all the growth and the new customers that we have, so. You know, it's not a lot, but we are slightly ahead of schedule on the revenue, which is a good thing.
Thank you, Justin.
The other thing I had, Madam Chairman, is I don't know how it's happened, but there has become a shortage in our area and in the country of skilled tradesmen. When I grew up, man, everybody was carpenters, electricians, plumbers, welders, and we were a dime a dozen. I mean, you could hire people like that, you know, like popping popcorn. I mean, it was just easy. Now, you know, I got a friend whose kid got out of high school last year and went to welding school, and is 19 years old, about to turn 20, and making more than I am with 2 master's degrees. You know, and it's like, and that's great. I mean, I'm glad for him. But what I'm wondering is, you know, in a lot of the days, the old trades, you know, they had an apprentice program where they'd hire somebody, you know, at a lower level, but they'd teach them a trade and let them develop the skills as they went on and move up. And it sounds like we're doing some of that, but do we have like an apprentice program, or, you know, what is the average employee it's a brand new employee that comes into you know, the water or sewer maintenance division? What do they look like, and what opportunities are there for them?
A lot of times that's going to be a guy, I say guy because most of my employees are male. It's going to be an employee that's maybe 18 to 22, 23 years old, and they're going to have minimal skills. And yes, sir. And they're going to learn how to repair a water main. They're going to learn how to work on a meter. They're going to learn how to fix somebody's water service. They're going to learn how to use the camera on a camera truck. Learn how to use a vacuum truck. You know, and by the time these guys progress through the, you know, from a trainee, which is the entry level, to a technician 3 or a senior technician or superintendent, they're going to have some extremely valuable experience and skills. I mean, and it's not, other than working for a contractor or a utility, it's not something you're going to get anywhere else.
Thank you. Good questions. Mr. Williams?
Yes. I like your targeted accomplishments. And I just wanted to know, how are you planning to do all of that?
Well, they are similar to last year's targeted accomplishments.
I mean, they're great. They're actually to where you can say at the end of the year, good, bad, or how did you do?
Yes, sir, and that was my goal. That was my targeted accomplishment. As of right now, and again, I'm kind of projecting through the end of fiscal year 21. We're on target to meet all of the goals we set for last year, and with the exception of the smoke and dye testing, I think I greatly over predicted what we could do. We're probably closer to 1,000 services that we've checked rather than 7,500. Other than that, I track these, and we're right on target to meet all of the goals that we set for fiscal year 21, and so I expect that we'll be able to meet them in fiscal year 22.
Okay, because I'll ask next year, how did it go?
I believe you.
Yes, sir. But you were talking about employees, so to go from a trainee to a senior tech, what's the time frame?
To go from a trainee to a Tech 1 is 2 years. From a 1 to a 2 is 1 year. From a 2 to a 3 is 2 years. And then it's either another, the senior tech position is, you interview for that position. It's not a natural progression. And I believe it's either another 2 or 3 years before you're eligible to interview for that position.
Okay, and so requirements for a trainee?
High school diploma, driver's or GED, driver's license. I think you have to be able to pass what's called the TABE test, and I forget, it's TABE, I forget what it stands for. It's like basic.
Is that local, is that a ECUA test, or is that a?
No, sir, it's.
Skills test?
Yes, sir. It's just a basic knowledge test. What we're looking for there is, will this employee be able to pass the operator's license eventually, you know. It's, I don't think it's too onerous. It's just, do you
An
have?
aptitude test.
Yes, sir.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
How do you advertise?
I know we advertise on the website. We, the HR department does the recruiting for us. So the normal advertisement, other than we get a lot of word of mouth. Guys will tell their friends that we're hiring.
Okay, okay. All right, good job, thanks.
Just to touch base too, Larry, we've been talking with HR about different methods of targeting. I think they're looking at all kind of ways to target now, because the conventional ones, we haven't been, getting as many people as we'd like. So I know that they recently joined the Perdido Chamber because they have members of Baldwin County.
Okay.
And so that helped us to move into Baldwin County as well, and they do a job fair. So I saw that they had joined this month, which was, and I know that was the only reason why, was because they were having a huge job fair in Baldwin County, so that was nice.
I need them to move into District 3. Figure that one out. Move into District 3. Thank you.
Ms. Benson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we train these, are we having a problem with attrition? When they have the technical skills, we train them and bring them up, and then they go out to the private sector and get a higher paying job?
We get that occasionally. I don't think that's our biggest issue. We have, a lot of people decide it's not a job that they want. I mean, it's a difficult job. You're digging in the heat of August. It's, you're in water at best, or, you may be working on a sewage pipe. So
They were knee-deep in
you know,
something else this week.
it's not for everybody. The people I have are, they're very dedicated to their jobs. They're very committed.
Yeah, I see them out there in the heat of the day. I think one of the biggest budget challenges we have is finding that sweet spot for our employees. You don't want to compete with the private sector so that you're paying a lot more as a government entity than the private sector can pay. You want to be competitive in the field and not lose people. And we've had that balloon that pops out in different spaces. Sometimes it's engineers that we can't get. Sometimes it's CDL. And I guess the department chairmen are the people who can say, wait, we've got to fix this. We've got to move it a little bit in order to have the right workforce. There's not a formula. We've done these surveys, salary surveys, but those are of some benefit, but you can't get proprietary information from the private sector. So, but it seems like we're at a relatively good point right now, and I hope we'll continue to be, but we can rely on you to make sure that we're doing what we need to keep good employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins?
The other thing we have to, that complicates it for us a little bit too, being a governmental agency, is that the private sector has a lot more flexibility and fluidity as the labor market goes up and down. So now we're in a high labor market. We hire, people, say we hire a bunch of people at, higher, more competitive prices. Then the labor market goes down, the economy crashes, the labor market goes down. Well, a private sector, people will tell them basically we're going to reduce the wages or lay you off, and it's a lot more difficult to do that as a governmental entity, because you still have to provide the services, but you start talking about reducing people's salaries, then you got a boardroom full of people raising Cain and everything, because we're lowering the salaries for the front line. So it's kind of a fine line, like Ms. Benson said, that you have to walk. You want to be competitive, but you also don't want to get so competitive that you make it where it's improbable for you to be able to continue that.
Thank you. I want to echo Mr. Williams. I like your measurable goals. And I think he's going to be there holding feet to the fire next year. I do like them, though. They are. So that you're saying the one thing, number 4, the inspect 7,500 sewer services with the smoke and dye that might not reach? Okay,
We, not as far as, not based on our rate so far this year.
all right, thank you. Thank you very much. No more questions. We move now to water reclamation. Our star there.
Where? Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, CAC, for having me. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Randy Sears. I am the Director of Water Reclamation. My group is the operations staff for our 3 wastewater treatment facilities as well as our water quality lab. So I oversee the operations, the permitting, the permit compliance for the Central Water Reclamation Facility, Bayou Marcus, Pensacola Beach. I also oversee the water quality lab, which does all of our sample analysis. It does our field services, so we do field sampling. And the industrial pretreatment program is there, so we actually oversee all of the industries that discharge to domestic sanitary sewer. Our group is a total of 74 employees, including myself. The treatment plants themselves have a staff of 60. That's 35 at CWRF, 14 at Bayou Marcus, 11 at Pensacola Beach. All 3 of those facilities are operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That's a requirement by the state of Florida. So if you were to call there midnight New Year's Eve, you're going to get somebody on the telephone. I can guarantee it. Our lab is nationally accredited through NELAP program, National Environmental Laboratory Association. So we have a national certification in the lab. We are also certified by the Department of Health. We have 4 permanent individuals who do the testing in the lab to go along with our lab supervisor. We have 4 individuals who go out and they do all of the sampling throughout water distribution system. We do sampling at water wells. We do sampling for sanitary sewer overflows, among other things. Whatever field sampling goes through my laboratory department. Our pretreatment program is a group of 3. We have a pretreatment coordinator along with 2 technicians. That is a requirement of EPA Clean Water Act as well as DEP. It's in the operating permits. So that group is a little different from the rest of ECUA in that they are an enforcement group. Kind of like Brian's FOG group, we have requirements for these industries on what they can and cannot put down sanitary sewer systems. And it's that group who has to enforce those rules. Where was I at? So the group overall, we deal with all effluent discharge, all reclaimed water, all biosolids handling. We analyze more than 22,000 samples a year. The lab group assists all of ECUA in the fact that any sampling that is done will be either tested in-house or they will be outsourced through our laboratory. So if water production needs samples ran, they will actually work through the laboratory and get them done at an outside facility. So we have actual compliance people who know what sample results are. We know what those labs are going to be providing us. They're tracked the entire way. To talk to one of Mr. Stevens' points real quick, salary, that is going to be an issue for our department. I have a group of maybe 10 who will be getting an automatic salary adjustment probably in 2022 because their base salary is so low based on what the state of Florida is actually doing. I'm trying to hire one of those positions right now, actually 2 of those positions. I got 3 applicants, and they don't all look great, and as other departments have said, I can't guarantee they're going to show up to the interviews. Not only that, I don't think that's going to be a big deal, but also that there may be a morale issue when it comes to salary in the future. So when we're looking at, say, state of Florida, minimum wage is going to be going to $15 an hour in 2026 is right, September 2026. Those people at ECUA who right now are making $15.25 or $15.50 an hour, they're going to go, hey, what about me? So that's something we're going to have to think about long term. Going back to something that Ms. Benson, 2021 targeted accomplishments. So I can go back and I can look at some things. Something I said was 99.9% with compliance with our operating permits. In calendar year 2020, we had 12,844 compliance points that we needed to meet. We missed on 4. That brings us up to a 99.97% compliance. All 3 of our facilities won National Association awards for last year. One of our facilities, it was their 3rd consecutive year of not missing a single point. It doesn't get better than that. We have some of the tightest restrictions in the state of Florida, in the United States, and we're meeting them every single day. Something else that we wanted to do was expand the pre-treatment program, so that way we ensured compliance with state, federal regulations. One of the big aspects of that we brought to the board in November was updating Chapter 26 of ECUA Code, which is the sewer use ordinance. That was approved by the board. We're waiting on FDEP right now for final approval of that. We did use their language. They did give us a pre-approval, so we don't anticipate any issues with that one. Something else we wanted to do last year was identify and implement 3 changes to create more efficient treatment process or cost savings. There are lots of things that we can do with process control in order to try to save ECUA money. We call ourselves bacteria farmers. We grow bacteria, we let the bacteria do things for us. One of the big things we did this year at Bayou Marcus was we experimented with how many of those bacteria we had. So we brought up the levels, we brought down the levels, and we found a happy medium, and we are saving a bunch on chemicals right now. We're also getting much better nutrient results just based on the number of bacteria that we have in population. Overall, something else that was an issue, we have to do toxicity testing for our permits. It's a little bit difficult, but basically fish have to grow in our water, and Ceratophrenia, which are little fleas, they need to reproduce in our water to a certain extent. There's very few laboratories who can do this in the United States. So we were shipping all the way down to south of Tampa, and we had to do overnight, early arrival, make sure they're there on time. We were spending a fortune in shipping. Recently, we have found a lab right here in the middle of Alabama. We are driving them right now, and we are saving a couple $100. And we're probably saving somewhere in the area of $700 to $800 every single time we have to run this test, which for CWRF right now is 8 or 9 times a year. So we're looking at different methods of saving money overall. One of the other things was operator licensing. You've heard from several of them. Operator licensing for our operators was due this past year. The goal was to get everybody's continuing education units completed, get everybody licensed on time. We were successful at that with our 43 operators. Of those 43 operators, by the way, 18 of them are the highest license in the state of Florida, one of those being myself as well. The budget that I'm bringing to you all this year is just a touch over $7.96 million. Kind of like Stacy, it's not a whole lot, but we did decrease this year, $5,200. So it's not significant, but we didn't go up. Overall, I think that as we keep making these changes and finding these process control changes, we might be able to do a little better. But one of our big pushers on our budget is power. Power costs are huge. The CWRF uses on average about $165,000 in power a month. So if you get a little fluctuation in power costs, it can go a long, long way. The other thing is we do use a lot of chemicals at our treatment facilities. We do have contracts with chemical vendors, but it says every single year if they agree to a price, we'll hold the price. If not, we have to rebid. And there is no knowing with fuel prices, tanker deliveries, those sorts of things, what our chemical price is going to do. We did discuss with our chlorine manufacturer for this year, and they wanted to do a 37% rate increase. So that's out for bid right now. That's closing in about 2 weeks. We can automatically just do a 37% rate increase just because they said so. But that's what I'm bringing to you for this year.
Mr. Stevens has a question.
Yes, sir.
So to your comment about part of the increase is salary. So projecting 2022 and beyond, so that's the $48,000.
No,
that's going to cover it, because it doesn't sound like that.
No, just like other departments. So I believe that Jerry brought up earlier that there is a proposed 2% plus or minus increase in salaries, but like the other departments, we also have the natural career progression. to go from a trainee to an operator 1, operator 2, operator 3. So part of that is going to be included in those automatic progressions. The automatic progressions are time in service, time in grade, passing continuing education, and then passing a state test to get your new license.
But you anticipate that 48, let's just say 50 grand, is going to be adequate to cover your proposed salary increases?
I actually think
into
it might
2022.
be a little bit too much. We are in a phase right now where we're getting a significant number of retirements. That's a normal thing over the wastewater industry.
Which are at a higher
They
pay
are
level.
they are at a higher pay grade. We're hiring in at a lower pay grade. You've got to account for their skill level, all of the time and service that they have been here. So for example, one of them is going at the end of July. He's been here for 36 years, I believe. A significant salary, and to bring in somebody who is a trainee, that could be $10, $15 an hour, depending upon exactly where everything falls out.
And let me just kind of put a bug in your ear along with the other department heads working in the private sector. So everybody's talking about the $15 minimum wage, and that's supposed to go up in like 2026. That's happening now. We will be there, and then I'm predicting by the end of this year and next year. I never was concerned about the $15 an hour deal on the private sector because we're already at that level and beyond. So I would just, I would advise you along with the other department heads to be thinking about that. We're all going to have to think about that as board members as well. Is the pressure that we've talked about, I think, multiple times, multiple departments on the private sector, is I think we're going to be at that depending on what skill level, even entry-level skill levels, very, very shortly. When I read an article that McDonald's is paying 17, that just gives you a little bit of perspective on, can I flip a Whopper, or as some of you all said, am I going to dig a ditch? So again, we just need to be very aware and cognizant of that fact, and not be fixated on the fact that the minimum wage is due to increase by 2026. To $15 an hour minimum, because I think the private sector is going to force us to increase to that level much quicker.
Oh, I have to agree with that. The position I was talking about right now, I believe the bottom of the pay grade is actually $12.49 an hour. Yes, the person does not have to have any skills. No, there's no test for it. It's a high school diploma, a GED. There's no prerequisites, but it is much like Brian was talking about his positions. It's a very physical, manual labor type position. But I still can't get people in the door because of that reason, where the private sector is actually saying those exact same people are worth $15 and $16 an hour.
Minimum. So we're having, and that's if we can get them to show up for that.
That is correct.
Ms. Benson?
Well, thank you for what you do and what your department does. It is not glamorous work, and I sense in every time I encounter you and your group this commitment to excellence, because you believe in that excellence. And I say that to you, but I think that I hear that department by department at ECUA. It's easy for people out there who pay our bills and to complain because they don't know what goes in. They want to flush and it go away. They want to turn on their tap, the water pours. But they don't understand what kind of a commitment it takes from people like you to go out every day and seek excellence for something that is unseen by most people. So I thank you, but I'm remiss in not thanking the other people as well. I also want to thank you for responding to the targeted accomplishments goal. A few years ago, we tried to implement this, and we really didn't get the support from the highest level of ECUA. So I didn't. But it matters to set goals, and even if your goal is off by 75%, you learn from setting those goals and stretch goals. And I'm seeing department by department that our workforce understands this, and you're buying into it, and I think it makes us all better. But so we don't say thank you enough to everybody, but thank you.
And to respond, I know that my staff is feeling that way. I mentioned 4 excursions last year in the last calendar year. My staff calls me and they're like, "Man, I'm sorry." It's not a, oh, this again. It's an, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. We're trying to figure it out now.
I like that you say, I love the searcher that cries when they miss something. It's like, it's okay to make mistakes, but I love that you cry when you do. I wanted to give you some good news, though, you know, because I know we've had a rough week in your division,
Yes, ma'am.
especially in my district. I've probably had 100 phone calls over the last 2 days about, you know, water quality in Perdido Bay, and I want to thank you for all the hours that everybody, you know, all across, you know, I know every department helped in that. And I wanted to tell you that we have been out of that, though. We started talking to the Perdido Bay Estuary Group and FDEP about maybe doing some upgrades to your plant. And so they want to come and talk to us about that because, you know, they do have some money. And just today, FDEP brought in 2 people from Tallahassee in the funding department to the conversation. So I think they're going to be coming over, and I would like for you to be a part of that conversation when they come over next week. So
Absolutely.
thank you very much. Yeah.
Now, a big, for the repair for what happened.
Well, I know that was a different department.
100%, I got to give props to Mr. Piscopo over there and Brian Reed. Brian was there from 4 a.m. until whatever time it was done at 8 o'clock at night.
I want to thank everybody, every department. I knew there were a lot of them involved, and I even got a picture and posted it on Facebook and said, this is what people do so that you can flush and drink and, you know, do all of this every day of your life. And they were down in a hole just knee deep in it. So we really appreciate everybody that worked so hard on that. It was a tough week, but I believe, one more question on, have we thought about up there at CWRF? Have we talked about a solar field at all, or have we even?
The solar field, there was talks of a solar field, 2015, 2016 kind of timeframe. That was before I actually got moved back up. I was at Pensacola Beach at the time, so I'm not 100% certain. What I do know about the solar farm was there's too much topography necessarily for solar field. It can't catch sun all day long.
I got you.
Access was also an issue, and we might need the property for effluent discharge or something else along those lines. So
Yeah.
it's
Just
really
something
it's really hard to give up land when you've got it.
Right. Something to keep in mind. Mr. Williams has a question.
Where's the water quality lab located?
Right directly across the street. You can see it out the window.
Okay. And our water is tested, proven to be of the highest quality. How can we disseminate that word?
I think that's better for a public
I mean,
information officer than myself.
Because you are a professional and your presentation professional, the effort the whole team puts into producing water is of the highest of excellence, and so many people don't know or choose not to know for whatever reason.
That might be more of it. I mean, we do publish our consumer confidence report once a year. We advertise that it's, whether we put it in the customer pipeline with our monthly bills, whether it's online, whether it's the Facebook page running now, we do meet all water quality standards. Mr. Tom Dawson, Director of Water Production, I think is up next after me, and he can probably go into more detail on how we're actually spreading that kind of information.
Okay, oh yeah, there he is, okay. I will wait.
I do love your question, though.
Yeah.
And one thing that this gentleman right here is doing is he and his staff brought the Leadership Pensacola group and the Youth Leadership Pensacola group, both of them have been up to our facilities to look at it. And these are future leaders in Escambia County, and they actually approved him to come and be a part of Leadership Pensacola this
boy.
year. How's that going, by the way?
Yes, ma'am. It's actually starting on the 17th of June. We got our meet and greet, so it's coming up.
Very nice.
But yes, as much as we can, we offer tours, whether it's local high schools, local colleges, whether it's I've had professors, a group of professors. I've had a group of high school teachers. Ms. Schneider has come visited me. I know that you've come seen me, as everybody, whoever is available, whoever wants to come. We do have a cutoff limit of about 12, 13 years old because we're not a daycare, but anybody else. I've seen high schoolers all the way through college, all the way through senior citizen groups. Whoever wants to know what we are doing, we are open and transparent to show them.
Thank you.
It's a great bus trip. Thank you very much. Mr. Perkins has a question, sorry.
Yeah, perfect timing to do your budget presentation when we got the largest spill I think I remember of partially treated, wastewater. I mean, I don't ever remember one this big. We may have had it, but it was a big one. And so dealing with all that, and I do applaud our team. Whenever we have a crisis, we're all hands on deck, and regardless of the time it takes and everything. So I appreciate the teamwork across divisions to get things up, and seeing the crews out there and dealing with the millions and millions of gallons of spill. I mean, it's quite a task. So I applaud everybody, and cameraing it and looking at what improvements are needed and moving toward making sure we get those improvements done are good. One thing that troubled me a little bit was seeing people on TV saying we weren't notified promptly, and so I know we notify people. We have certain criteria, and we notify them within those criteria. But there are a couple of situations where I think, and I don't know, how people on TV are. They always pick somebody, the most inflammatory thing out of the 20 people they interview. They put that person on regardless of whether it's accurate or not. It's just the way the media is. But I remember years ago we had a situation on Pensacola Beach where there was some effluent spilled into the Sound, and our staff called and left a message with DEP on their thing that there had been a spill, and it ended up in the director getting fired. So it's kind of a big deal. That was a more extreme case, a much more extreme case. But I'm wondering if we have any kind of policy or in our communications department, if any time it could impact, a recreationally utilized body of water where there are people around, that we go above and beyond and notify right away. Just right away say, hey, there's been a spill. It may impact these areas. They're recreationally used. I'd rather us have them notify and say, hey, it may impact this recreationally used area and not happen, than us have it and they get criticized by saying, hey, it took 20 hours for them to notify us. So I hope we'll think about that and maybe come up with a policy either through, your department or the in combination with the the public relations department on how we notify above and beyond our standard reporting protocols when it might impact a heavily utilized area. It's something to think about. Not criticizing. Everybody, did a great job. It's just something that, perception of reality is oftentimes just as damaging as reality. And so we need to be ahead of that.
Well, I actually think you're right, totally on that. And you learn when you do something and something falls through the cracks, you learn that next time you might need to do it a different way. And I think we learned a lot from this one. Not only did we learn a lot, but I think Perdido Bay Estuary and FDEP, that's why we were even talking, was about how the information got out to everyone. Could have been more timely. I mean, we had people on jet skis in the middle of, real close to the area, and kids swimming. So that's how we started that talk, but then we went on to say, well, we could also use some improvements, and I hear you got a lot of money. So, we kind of pushed that talk on, but that was part of it, and I think staff is working with Everbridge to get people, and I've been saying it for months, that a lot of people, and I found out today that percentage is 54% of people are using their cell phone now for all communication, and not all of them have that cell phone as the number on. So we're going to be pushing out a message to everybody to please update your.
And I don't know if they can do, targeted emergency alerts, but You know, I get alerts when a 4-year-old's missing in Miami, and I'm glad I get the alert, but, it'd be a lot more prevalent here if we've got a 4-year-old swimming in Perdido Bay and there's a sewage spill coming down to be able to do that phone emergency alert to our area. So I don't know if we can check with whoever puts those out, but that might be a good way to reach them. That might be a real good way to reach people. The other thing I was thinking about is, do all our plants meet drinking water standards, the effluent, or AWT,
Well,
or close to it?
AWT and drinking water standards are two different things.
Okay,
So AWT.
explain that to us. What are we putting out?
AWT is what's known as advanced wastewater treatment. So you're looking at a 5 milligram per liter TSS, a 5 milligram per liter BOD, biological oxygen demand, a 3 milligram per liter total nitrogen, and a 1 milligram per liter total phosphorus. That's considered AWT. The answer to that is absolutely. All of them are permitted for that. We all do significantly better than that. Central's permits limits are actually tighter than that. So AWT, yes. When it comes to drinking water standards, we don't test them on a very, very regular basis to know. Pensacola Beach might be once every 4 or 5 years. Central might be once a year. Bayou Marcus doesn't test it at all unless it works into their permitting. So it's a really tough answer to say 100% yes, 100% no.
But so that it may be that when they test occasionally, they meet primary drinking water standards, the effluent, or it may not.
I'm thinking about Central right now because they test it more regularly than everywhere else, and I don't remember a time off my head where it did not meet primary or secondary drinking water standards.
Okay.
The only one that is not
For
really
sure.
considered is the total coliform rule. Central does not test for that one.
Yeah, because I was just thinking, I saw recently where out at Milton, the somebody out there, got some of their influent and drank it, and I was thinking whoever's board chairman next year, that might be a good public relations thing for them to.
We had a commissioner try that. Vito. Drink the water out of the bag. Mr. Woody.
On the subject of reaching out to the public, we have various types of emergencies and issues. We have times when a drinking water pipe fails and we need to issue a precautionary boil water notice. And for those types of issues, besides whatever notifications we put out to the general media, we will, if it's a small area, we'll put out door hangers if it's very easy to identify. If that's unwieldy because it's a much larger area and can't be timely enough, then we'll use a product called Everbridge, which is actually it's a worldwide program, but state of Florida is a member of that, and as a public entity, we're a member as well. And as you described, you can geographically map out who receives a specific message, and when it goes out through Everbridge, everybody within that geographic area that has a public contact information within the state's database will receive a message. Some people may receive 3 messages if they happen to have enrolled their email plus their cell phone, so they get a text, and they may get a voice message as well through the telephone system. So that is used consistently and regularly on the water side. On the wastewater side, far and away, the frequency and types of spills or problems we have, SSOs, have really decreased both in frequency and in scope and problem over the years, in large credit to the staff and the programs that this and previous boards have been instituting over the last 10 years. Oftentimes they are third-party contractors that drill through a force main, those types of things. We do have problems certainly on our own. So most of those are quickly contained, abated on site, and controlled, and the spillage volume are relatively on the minor side. There are no immediate direct impacts, so we'll have a conversation with an individual property owner or two, and that's about it. But what we're talking about, obviously this weekend, totally different scope and magnitude, and those are fortunately very few and frequent, or infrequent, I should say, and far between. But to this specific weekend's event, we did notify all of our media contacts through those TV stations, radio stations, general press releases. Did contact FDEP. We also reached out to our partners across the bay to Alabama and contacted them as well as the Departments of Health at both locations. What we did not do within the first 24 hours is use the Everbridge program, which is really the source of the concerns and the complaints there. We have since that time done that. We gave a update to everybody who owns property adjacent to Perdido Bay from the first subdivision upstream of the Biomarcus Creek all the way downstream to Pasolinian Highway to Double Point, if you know where that particular landmark is on to the south. And we'll continue to do that as we get our daily reports until everything in our sampling falls well below the maximum allowable threshold for bacteria in those locations. By the way, all 3 days of testing that we've done, we're pleased to report the sampling in Perdido Bay, both north and south of this creek, have consistently been below that maximum allowable threshold despite this spill on all 3 occasions. In fact, well below. Those limitations are at 130, and we've been in the 10 to 40 range consistently all along. We also are testing 3 different locations on Bayou Marcus Creek itself. One location is upstream of the plant, just a short distance, so we have an understanding what the background bacterial level is coming from other sources even before coming across ECUA property. And that generally has been running in the 40 to 70 range with a maximum allowable limit of 410. At the entry points, at the immediate time of the event, it was on the high side, very high, 1900. We're now into the 400 or 500 range, and we would anticipate another day, maybe, hopefully no more than 2, certainly will be below that maximum allowable threshold. Right there where the creek meets Perdido Bay, likewise, it's been falling by half or more every day. That last rating, it was down to 488, so it's almost down to the 410 already as well. So it is falling quite rapidly. But point well taken. Everbridge is a good tool, should be used when we have events where we affect a body of water where there is potential for whole body contact. And likewise, if there's above certain volume or affects more than just the immediate property. So that is something we're going to be instituting.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank you for bringing that up, Dale. It is my district, and I did get probably hundreds of phone calls. And, you know, I mean, I told Bruce we had a young man, very young man with 2 kids and a wife, die a few years ago. He's one of the coaches at our ball field of a disease that he got waterborne. And so the community thinks about, you know, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Can we go in the water? You know, they're still shell shocked, you know, at a point and say, hey, can we go in? Can we go in? Can we go in? So, you know, I think you're right. The more information we put out, the better, because then it soothes people and they feel better about, you know, going to enjoy the beach. It's okay. The levels are good. So I appreciate that you brought that up, and I appreciate that we did do the Everbridge finally, and that, you know, in the future, I hope that we'll do it immediately if that, and hopefully that never happens again. Hopefully they give us some money to make your plan even better than it was before, although it sounds to me like you're doing really good with all 3 of them, so thank you. I like your constant strive for excellence, as Ms. Benson said. I think Chuck has one
Yeah,
more.
just to follow up on that Everbridge, so like, is the plan in the future to use that for not just those property owners that are, like, because I mean, there's a lot of people that use Perdido Bay all the time that at this point still don't really know, I think, if, you know what I mean, and that's, so I know you said it's being used for those certain people.
Admittedly, the decision on who to contact using Everbridge is somewhat subjective. Like in this particular case, it would certainly make sense that you're going to contact everybody who has property immediately abutting the bay. Question is, how far away from that point do you also include? Do you notify 500 people? Do you notify 35,000 people? Do you notify? We want to provide a proper notification, but not create an undue series of questions and alarms if you're really aren't affected. So we try to use the media sources for the general notice, but for those folks who are closer to it and might be exposed earlier than they might hear about it through the general media, it'd be more appropriate to contact them through Everbridge on top of our other uses.
Mr. Perkins?
Is there a per contact cost associated with Everbridge?
There is to somebody. It's the state that pays for it now. We used to be a member several years ago. This all predates me, but as I understand it, we used to contribute along with the city and the county and a few other large industry like Ascend and a few others to pay for the costs associated with being members. But a couple of years ago, that changed at the state level, and the state started making a larger investment, and large public entities are now a member just by virtue of being a public entity. So we no longer pay a fee per se, but I understand there's several cents per individual.
Because my thought is really kind of along what Ms. Campbell said. I mean,
Very cost effective.
particularly at the beach, like Pensacola Beach or the Bay, like Mr. Kimball was saying. I mean, you've got people from Cantonment, Ensley, Montclair, East Hill, going to the beach or going to Perdido Bay, and so they're large recreational draws for this area, and so I realize it's important to notify the property owners abutting that, but, there's boat ramps all over, and there's people, tubing down those places and stuff. I mean, I would rather, if there's not an astronomical cost, I'd rather over notify than under notify. I mean, people are going to find out about it anyways, I mean, it's going to be all in the press and stuff. So, I mean, if they get that phone alert from Everbridge and then 4 or 5 hours later, they see it on the news or a press release, I mean, I think we're doing a good job. They're like, oh yeah, there that is. But if you got a situation where, if my daughter went out to Quiet Water Beach Boardwalk and was jumping off and swimming, and there had been, partially treated effluent going out of our pipe right there for 20 hours, I mean, I'd be frothing at the mouth. I'd be pretty livid, and you can't blame people for that. And that happened before, and so I don't ever want to see anything like that happen again. So I just think if it's possible, we should, and, it may be another 20 years before we have another situation like this, but I think the last one was 15 years ago or so, but I think we definitely need to err on the side of caution and over notify in those type of situations. We'd be open for a lot less criticism that way, and more importantly, would be protecting the public health and safety, and that's our primary job.
That's our job.
Good point.
Thank you.
One other step I hadn't mentioned, but it was a very good recommendation by a couple of our staff, is that on those areas where we can identify where public access points are, obviously we can't do it everybody's individual boat ramps, but public boat ramps, public access places, it would be good to actually post some signage of some sort. So we're talking about making up some signs, so that type of thing would be a part of our emergency response as well.
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate all that conversation. And are we updating them continually over the next few days, or?
We'll continue to do that until we get below those thresholds. I think we just gave, I think we sent another one out just this afternoon.
Are we letting the WEAR and P&J and all of them know that? Because
Yes.
Okay, good, because we're getting, I don't know about the rest of the board, but I'm getting phone calls. I mean, my phone right now, I can hear it just beep, beep, beeping down there, so. And they just want to know. I mean, we got Memorial Day weekend coming up. One guy called me, said, I got a family reunion, and do I need to tell them not to come? And I said, no, don't do that yet. I'll call you back, so.
Yeah. In the bay, there's just some
Yeah.
residual that hasn't quite cleared in the creek at the moment.
Thank you. All right, so now, Mr. Don Palmer, we move to water production.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Dawson. I'm the Director of Water Production, and I've got some slides I'm going to go through. Feel free to stop me if you have any questions.
Thought you were doing it.
Our division consists of a total of 45 people. We have 22 in water operations that include water operators and administration. We have well mechanical maintenance where we have 7. Our communication center has 11, and then cross-connection control has 5. We are asking for 1 additional position this year, and that's for a SCADA network technician. Our SCADA system is operated 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, holidays, it doesn't matter. We want our SCADA system up and running at all times. We have 1 individual right now who is involved with the hardware and the software and keeping that system running, but he also has a lot of other responsibilities which are overseeing the communication center and SCADA. So we feel like we need someone behind him that can concentrate on keeping that SCADA system up, going, patches done, improvements, you know, because it's so important to the organization as far as communication that we feel like that position is needed.
What does
ahead.
SCADA mean and what does it do?
I actually have a slide that shows that. And what SCADA does is we actually have 2 sides to SCADA. One is the water side, and we have the highest class operators in there that operate our water system. We have monitors, and I'll show you one in a minute, that shows each of our facilities. And it will tell you whether the facility is operating at the time or it's offline. If it's a tank, it tells you what the level of the tank is, whether it's filling or draining. If it's a well, what the pressures are, you know, all that sort of stuff. And we monitor that every hour of every day. And we can shut off facilities and turn on facilities from Ellison here. So that's a very important thing. The other side is called the Communication Center. And they monitor our almost 400 lift stations and do have the capability to turn them off if they need to. Now, their biggest probably thing that they do is communicate with the lift station staff when there's a high level alarm so that they can get someone out there and then that crew can fix the problem before there's an overflow.
Mr. Perkins?
You know, the wastewater people said they had 22,000 tests per year where they had points they had to comply with. How many, do you have that many? How many tests per year do you think you might have with all our wells and everything?
Oh, my goodness. Well, we have to meet all primary and secondary water standards. A lot of those tests are done as frequent as quarterly. Some are done yearly, some are done every 3 to 6 years, depending on what it is. But we also have monthly operating reports for every single facility. And we have a lot of other tests that have to be done out in the system as far as our corrosion control program. So it's pretty much a continuous thing.
Yeah,
I can get you a number.
No, I know what it used to be. It used to be, because I remember when the EWG report came out in 2009, and what they did is they compared water providers using our own test. And so we had never failed any federal drinking water standard, not a single one. But we had done like 480,000 tests that year. They had agencies that had done 1 or 2 tests on their whole system the entire year. And so out of our 480,000 tests, we might have found 7 different non-regulated chemicals, okay? They had none, but they did violate a primary regulated chemical,
Right.
maybe once or twice. And so they weren't on the list, but because we had 7, we were in the top 10. And we did more testing than I think anybody in the nation. We had 480,000 tests and we're being compared against people that did 1 or 2 tests. And it set off a storm of concern and angst and worry. And what people didn't realize is that we were the most tested of anybody, and that if you broke it down by percentages rather than by raw numbers, we'd have been at the top of the list. We'd have had the best water. We were winning water quality competitions at the time. But it's just, funny how data can get manipulated and people use things for their own thing. But the truth is that a lot of this is automatic testing. They don't have somebody sitting there taking little samples all day long till we get 480,000 tests, but they have automatic contact points and automatic testing that we do daily. And so I don't know what the number is now, but I remember in 2009 it was over 400,000. So I imagine it's got water reclamation's 22,000 blown away,
Yeah, and that kind of hits on what Mr. Williams had talked about earlier, and that is getting the word out about water quality. And what's so frustrating is, like Mr. Perkins was saying, the EWG report took every single instance of a hit as a hit. And let me explain that. If you were to walk in this room to try to judge how clean this room was, and you found 1 grain of sand, they treated that the same as if it was 2 foot deep and waste and sludge and all that. That's one. Number 2, if you go to the doctor once a year and you weigh 100 pounds, and I go every month and I weigh 100 pounds, at the end of the year, they count mine as 1,200, and they would count yours as 100. And that's where that report was so erroneous. And that's where the testing hurt us. The fact that we tested so much to stay on top of things actually ended up hurting us in the way that they did it, because they didn't consider how many tests you took and what the percentages were, and they didn't consider how often you took the test. Every hit was a hit. So if you sampled something every month and somebody else didn't sample it but once a year, that counted against you.
And we had the University of West Florida's Environmental Science Department do a study on it, analyze that data, and basically said, this is bogus. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they used other
but
words.
by then, people say, oh, it's true, I read it on the internet, and
Yeah.
So, can you tell us again who funds them? Dale, you told me at one time who funds EWG, but.
Water purifiers.
Yeah, and it's still ongoing. You have companies that go
I
to
wanted him to say it.
people's houses, and they will test the water, and the water turns color because it's got a chlorine residual in it, which it has to have, or it has minerals in it like iron and manganese, which all water has and is good for you to a certain amount. And then they tell the customer, look, you got contaminants, in order to meet their agenda. But yeah, it's frustrating.
It's very frustrating. Mr. Stevens.
So you had mentioned this system that monitors the lift stations, can turn them on, turn them off, that sort of thing. And I think, Mr. Woody, you had mentioned something about how our system is protecting in meetings past software from those getting hacked or turned on or turned off. I know a lot of our systems are manual, so there's not they can't dump sewer into the waterways or anything like that remotely. That would take I'm assuming a manual device to do, but I'm not I'm sure you're thinking about that like all the rest of us. Anytime you see a gas line hacked, something along those lines, you're thinking, okay, well, what would be the worst case scenario? God forbid we were ever the victim of a cyber attack. What's the worst possible thing they could do to your particular facility that would cause the most damage? And I'm sure you're hopefully thinking on contingencies on how to mitigate that to some degree.
And when it comes to lift stations, 99.9% of the time, we get the high-level alarm, we get a hold of lift stations, they respond very quickly, very knowledgeable and good at what they do, and they are able to fix the problem and get that level back down. Pretty much the only time we have had to shut down lift stations is during a tropical system where the water's getting up to a level that if it keeps coming, you have water that comes over the top of the lift station, and at that point, you're taking storm water, you're taking bay water, Gulf water, whatever, and that's the point that we would shut it off.
So just one last question. So there's nothing, there's nothing in your department software-wise that could be permanently turned on, or whatever the case may be, that you'd have to take your mainframe, I guess, the system here offline to fix it. So without the system, everything could be done manually.
Yes, we can do everything manual. And there's some things we do manually on purpose for security reasons. We don't want someone to be able to adjust the chlorine feed through a computer. So it's a safety item not to do that. But as far as turning them on and off and rotating them and meeting demands based on doing different things, our operators do that all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions.
Yes, ma'am?
I just said good questions.
We have 2 licensed professional engineers in our department, 21 licensed water treatment plant operators, and we've got some of the best operators in the state of Florida, hands down. Very dedicated. Doesn't matter what time of day or night, what day of the week, if it needs to be done, they're going to get it done. And that should mean a lot to our customers. I hope it does, because they are very passionate about the product that we give out, the quality of the water that we provide, et cetera. We have 1 water distribution system operator. We have 3 certified backflow prevention assembly testers, and we have 3 tractor trailer drivers with CDLs that have tanker and hazmat endorsements. So approximately half of our staff have a license or a certificate of some sort. Activities and responsibilities, we have 31 permitted water production facilities, which are wells with the associated water treatment building. Obviously, it's an everyday thing to go to these facilities and make sure everything's working correctly, to take lime for the injecting lime into the system for pH control, to take hydrofluoroacetic acid for the fluoride and all that sort of thing. We also have 8 ground storage tanks with 5 pump stations and 6 elevated water storage tanks. I think we have 14.5 million gallons of storage in our ground storage tanks and 4.5 in our elevated tanks. And once again, these are facilities that have to be maintained continuously. We inspect every tank once a year for things like screens and having locks on the ladders that go up the tanks and that sort of thing. And then once every 5 years, every tank has to have a thorough evaluation where we drain the tank, clean it, and we test the coatings, what shape is the coating in, and then the consultant who usually does that for us will write us a report or recommendations.
Mr. Perkins.
On that previous slide, what was that on top of the corner of the well house?
We have a fan there, but I'm not sure there's not a power pole behind it.
No, but on the front, it looks like a solar panel almost.
Yeah,
but I
there
don't think-
is on this particular building. I think very few of them have that there.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure it's a solar panel. I think it's an area where you can remove that portion of the roof so that you can pull a piece of equipment out.
Oh, that would make sense to do maintenance on
Most
the
of them
actual
don't have
wells.
that anymore.
Yeah.
Because the newer ones, we're putting the wellhead out under a canopy and not in the building.
Oh, okay.
So we don't have to take portions of the roof off.
That
But
makes
that's a
sense.
good question.
The other thing on those elevated tanks, I'm glad that we lock those ladders and stuff and have them secured. Now, I remember many years ago, a one-legged man had climbed all the way up one of them towers, and the fire department had to come and get him down and stuff. He wouldn't come down. The firefighter climbed all the way up there to the top to help him get down. The man says, "Did you bring me a beer?" I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I actually got a call in the middle of the night on that one and said, "You're not going to believe this." But, things happen. This is what we were talking about, the SCADA. It stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition. That is the gentleman I talked about who is the supervisor over the SCADA division. That is a screen that shows water facilities, and we kind of purposely put it back so you can't see specifics. But anytime anyone would want to come over to our SCADA room and look at it, we'll show you how it works. And we can monitor everything in our system 24 hours a day and make decisions based on that. And then cross-connection control is one of the other responsibilities that we have. Goals, by far, the very first paragraph is the major goal in our department. That's to provide ECUA's customers with high-quality water for consumption with quantity sufficient to meet customer demands and fire flow as economically as possible. That, like I said, we have other goals, but that is the major goal in our department. A few of our objectives, and this is towards meeting that goal, and that is to initiate and complete construction of improvements, including capital improvements, and R&R type stuff, even if it's replacing a roof or a door or working on a lime room and that sort of stuff, to keep those facilities up and running. Meet and surpass all primary and secondary water quality standards. Our goal and our metric on this one is 100%. If we don't meet 100%, we get a notification that we've had a violation. We have to notify customers, and then that, even if it's something as simple as missing one test out of 1,000, it erodes our customers' confidence. So we work very hard to make sure that does not happen, and we were successful this year. Then continuing providing accurate sampling and testing to meet all regulatory permit conditions and requirements. We have to turn in a lot of information to DEP and to EPA on different constituents in our water system, whether it be a contaminant or a mineral, et cetera. So that's something else we have to meet 100% of the time, and we were able to do that this year. Targeted accomplishments. Now, some of these were last year's or the year that we're in accomplishments. Some are for fiscal year 22, because some are long projects that last, sometimes a year and a half to 2 years to complete. And we have 3 wells that we're putting granular activated carbon treatment systems in, and those wells are Avondale, Muldoon, and Ellison. We've got the new vessels. They've been placed at the sites. We've got to do the piping and get these systems loaded with the carbon and then put them into operation. And each of these facilities, Avondale has 6, Muldoon 2, and Ellison 4. The average cost for a 4-vessel system is $1 million. So it's it's something that's expensive to do, but it's necessary. With that cost, in fact, we have 13 wells right now with GAC. You add those 3, we'll have 16 of our 31 permitted wells will have GAC treatment. The cost is a big item for us every year. We're working with a consultant to look at ways to optimize the use of the carbon so that we can do it more economically. Do you pass it through vessels in series? Do you put them in parallel? Do you try to remove competing things that may not be a contaminant, but like total organic carbon is a big issue because it will use a lot of the space up, attraction to the carbon that you really would like to preserve for your target. So we're working with a consultant right now to try to find ways to optimize that so that we can save funding on that sort of stuff. We're also working with the Corps of Engineers on planning assistance to states. And what they're doing with us is we're looking at a way to optimize the way we run our facilities. Our operators that are in there with the SCADA system, every minute of every day demand changes. So they have to figure out the best way to meet that demand. And that's, even with years' experience, that's hard to do. So we're working to get a computer program that will analyze what's going on in the system at all times and show us the best way to meet that demand the most economically. We spend a little over $2 million a year in electricity, and this will help save on that. Even a 5% saving, is significant.
I think Mr. Perkins has a question.
Thank you. A couple things. What's the difference between primary and secondary water standards?
Primary are health-related, and secondary are aesthetics, like manganese and iron are secondary. They're not health-related, but they discolor the water, or they put a stain on a filter, that sort of thing. So that's the difference between those.
I know, and for a lot of the newer members and stuff, we also have wellhead protection ordinances that around our wells, you can't have certain types of industrial activities or stuff because they don't want anything that would get into the aquifer, that would suck it into the well and suck it into the water system. So we've, worked with other branches of government, got those ordinances put in and established to keep from further contamination. The problem we have in some of our areas, particularly some of the older areas, are a couple of things. You've got old industrial sites, you've got old leaking gas tanks. That stuff stays in the water forever, in the aquifer. You've got, dry cleaning chemicals. And then, a big one is what's called PFOS or PFOAs from firefighting foam that are, shown to be carcinogenic and are dangerous. So these granular activated carbon filters we've had to install in a lot of places because of that foam, and that has cost us millions and millions of dollars, but you have to do it. You have to make sure the water's safe, and it reduces it to undetectable levels. I mean, these things really work well. I mean, completely, cleanses the water of the contaminants, but, they take those contaminants out. You got to throw them away pretty fast and put new ones in. So ECUA has a lawsuit. It's not just ECUA's lawsuit. It's a big class action lawsuit. I think it's against 3M, but I'm not sure exactly. But it's against the manufacturers of these chemicals. And ECUA is actually, one of the lead plaintiffs, or the test case, the main examples that they're using in the litigation to recover the money that we've had to put in over the past at least 15 years or so. For these carbon filters. Our ratepayers have had to pay that money, those millions and millions of dollars. So we're hopeful that we can recover that on behalf of our ratepayers. But you may hear people talk about PFOAs or PFOSs and be real panicked and stuff, but just know that we are taking it completely out of any water we provide, but that it is very expensive and that we are trying to recover those costs.
Thank you, Dale. Mr. Woody?
One comment I would add to that, states haven't actually set a level yet on, a regulatory level on PFOAs and PFOS. So this board and staff have taken it upon their own initiative to get ahead of that subject and have made those kinds of investments even before it's been become a regulatory requirement.
Thank you.
Another targeted accomplishment that we had last year was to remove 2 well columns. We ended up doing one, but it was because we had an emergency at a well and we had to go and pull it. We could not pull another one at the same time. And then we had a well with another issue right next to our Lillian well, which we wanted to pull, but we didn't want both those wells out at the same time. And this is a picture of the pump actually being pulled up to be put on a trailer. And what we do, and hopefully this year we can get the funding and get 2 or 3 more of these done, we actually pull out the pump and the pump discharge piping, and it's reviewed, the pump is taken apart, it's inspected by experts that do that, and they give us a report whether we need to repair that pump or we need to buy a new one. And we're probably doing this on about a 15 to 20 year rotation. Would love to get it on a 10-year rotation, but with costs and scheduling, that's just tough to do. But anyway, this is a pump. I don't know if everyone's ever seen one of the pumps that we use in our wells, but this is one of those pumps.
Thank you.
Another targeted accomplishment that we wanted to do this year is we wanted to fix up 3 of our lime rooms. Lime is corrosive, and we have to use a water acid solution to clean everything that the lime dust gets on, it's even more corrosive. So it eats out the floors, it eats out the walls, it'll eat the pipe, it'll, corrode everything. So we went in and actually did 4 lime rooms this year instead of the 3 to keep those water treatment facilities in service until such time as it gets to the point we need to just totally replace them. And those, we're looking at around $100,000 per lime room to go in there and totally fix them. Targeted accomplishment for last year, and it's also for this year, because of other priorities and all, we did not get the funding on this one this year, but this is out at Inner Pump Station, and that's the Inner tank. We want to upgrade this pump station. This pump station has been there 30 or 40 years. The pumps are old, the electrical is, old, and we want to totally refurbish this pump station with new pumps, new electrical, VFDs and that sort of thing to better manage the pressure on Perdita Key and Inner Island, which is a challenge sometimes. This is one of the well sites where, in lieu of fixing the rooms and the roof and all that, we actually would like to fund to totally replace this one with a new facility, state-of-the-art, bigger, and new equipment. And this is the Cantonment Water Treatment Facility. Another targeted accomplishment that we have is with the different treatment techniques we're using and all, there's a lot of new stuff coming out. So we want to find things that will do the same or better job that's more economical. And we talked about the GAC. This is at our Hagler well. That well was taken out of service because of contaminants. And we are actually doing a ion exchange resin test with a consultant and with a resin provider to see if the lifetime cost would be less than the GAC. And if it is, then, as we move into the future, we can put more of this type of system in and maybe less of the GAC if it proves to be more cost effective. Another targeted accomplishment is to keep our master plans up and current. We do major upgrades every 5 years, but every year we're somewhere in the system looking at what's going on to see if something's a little different than what's in the model and all. This is the Beulah area. Last year during the high demand period, we had some low water pressures up there, at least lower than what the residents wanted to see. And we got our consultant to run the model with some newer numbers on water use patterns and that sort of thing. And we're actually putting in a refurbished and upgraded pump station to help with that pressure issue. Let me see. This is a targeted accomplishment like we talked about. We have quite a few storage tanks. This one, the 5-year probably, it's been 3 or 4 years ago, indicated we needed to go ahead and refurbish it totally inside and out. This is the east tank that's on I-110. I think you recognize the logo as one that y'all have looked at. And it is pretty much, as I understand it now, about complete, pretty much done. This is our west well. One of our targeted accomplishments last year was to pull this well and clean it because the specific capacity, which indicates the performance of the well, was dropping. And that costs you more electricity for less flow, so it's something you need to do. But we looked at it a little closer because about 3 blocks north of here, and I'm going to go to the next slide and back. This is 3 blocks north of that well site. We were able to get additional property to go with the property we have this tank on. So we had a master plan done, and the master plan showed that instead of cleaning that well and trying to fix this building, and that's about the size of that site, is what's in this picture, that we were a lot better off to put everything up on the property where the tank is. Because in the future, we're gonna replace that tank with a 3 million-gallon tank and a pump station as per our master plan. So this is something that we're wanting to try to do this year. We want to drill a new well up at that site. We've already done a test well. The soil column looks good, and we think it's going to produce as good or better than that existing well. Operating budget for last year was $4,839,400. This year, we're looking at proposing $5,205,900. Of the $366,500 increase, $350,000 of that is for GAC. Unfortunately, the cost of getting rid of the spent GAC has gone way up. I mean, it's like, to incinerate it's like 5 times what it was just a year ago. Because a lot of the incinerator companies that are not hazardous waste are not taking it. So you have to send it to a hazardous waste incinerator. So that's the proposed budget. Unfortunately, the $350,000 is something that's going to be necessary, and that's the majority of that increase.
Hold on just a minute. We got a couple of questions. Mr. Stevens.
So, and I know you're responsible for putting things in, or partly responsible for the purity of the water and the cleanliness of the water and the drinkability of the water. So one question I've gotten, and I'm sure other board members have gotten as well, is the infamous fluoride in the water. So, you know, again, going forward, and I've had long conversations with Mr. Woody, who's educated me on where it started and where it is, and how it's already, we've already decreased the level of fluoride we put in the water now. But do you see that continuing on the decline as far as the level of fluoride we are currently putting in the water going, I know, into 2022 and beyond?
Well, actually and you're right, I think at one time we were about 1.1 milligrams per liter, and we had reduced down to 0.7, and about that time, the regulatory agencies actually reduced their optimal range, and it was a 0.7. I don't know that will go back down any further. Obviously, fluoride is a controversial thing in the standpoint that some people are really against it, some people are really for it. And I know that the board, back when the decision was made to put in the fluoride, actually put it on a ballot and the customers decided. That doesn't mean that those that didn't want it still don't want it. But
I think we did that, back in?
that's been quite a few years ago. I mean,
Two-
15,
Okay.
20 years.
Yeah,
It was in,
yeah.
it was 1998,
Yeah, it's-
1998, okay.
97, 98.
Okay, so 0.7 was what the EPA had lowered it down to. We're already at that 0.7,
Correct,
so
correct.
we're kind of on par with what the,
correct.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any further questions.
Okay, well, thank you all for listening to
Thank you
me.
so much. That was a great presentation. I like your slides.
Man, time really flies. I remember that fluoride debate like it was yesterday. Some wild meetings back in those days, man. People swinging in on rope swings and screaming and hollering.
Oh, I don't know.
Police escorting people out, all kind of crazy
Don't even
stuff.
get me started on fluoride. Don't want to see my hospitals full of people with disease in their mouth. Would everybody like a 5-minute break?
No, I don't know if everybody noticed it, but I saw some people leave to go to the restroom and stuff and going out that door. These back doors here, there's restrooms back, lounge where there's coffee if you need coffee. I mean,
So
there-
let's take
use
I'm
that
sorry, Randy, to do this to you, but we've been here a long time, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. A comfort break. Yeah, we can go,
it's only
Yes, I will stand up for our work. It's 100% good. And we are ready to continue with sanitation on page 28 with Mr. Randy Rudd, sanitation and the MRF.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Randy Rudd. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of Shared Services, and I am responsible for the sanitation department, the ECUA MRF, and the composting programs as part of that job. Sanitation's goal is to provide all services to customers on a timely schedule and provide excellent customer service. And we try to do that with our existing employees and work within the budget. Some of our targeted accomplishments are to reduce the number of preventable accidents and injuries by 3% annually. I'm happy to say we did that last year. We reduced them by 8.5%. Some of that was done by technology. We actually found a radar system that we mount on the back of the garbage trucks. We've always had a camera, but this radar system will actually stop the truck if it's backing into any item. So that has reduced our backing accidents completely. The drivers also have done a good job of watching out for it. The vast majority of our accidents are when the arms of the trucks hit brick mailboxes. That's an ongoing problem. If I could solve that, I wouldn't be here. Another accomplishment is to reduce the number of missed pickups. Our goal is 2% per year. Last year, we made 0.5%. And the reason for that is just continued turnover in drivers. New drivers have a difficult time learning a route. We are employing technology again to try to help solve that problem. And we are installing that system now, hope to have it running next month, and that should make a big difference in that area. We are seeing an improvement this year. Right now, we're on pace to reduce misses by 14%. But just to give you something to think about, we have 82,000 customers in sanitation. 4 different drivers and trucks have to go by each of those 82,000 homes per week. So that's over 380,000 opportunities a week for somebody to mess up. Last couple of years, we've had 5,800 reports of misses. So that's out of an annual opportunity for over 17 million. And we've had 5,900. And the good news on this year, we're on pace to reduce that by 14%. So we are making inroads in that area. The next accomplishment is to compost 20,000 tons of yard trash a year and prevent any of it from going to landfill. We've accomplished that every year since the compost program began. Last year, we composted 26,000 tons of yard trash. Nothing went to the landfill. We're actually on a pace to do less than 20,000 this year, but a lot of that's because of Hurricane Sally. And a lot of that debris went to the FEMA sites. So we actually had a light year for yard trash this year, and that's a good thing with all the labor issues we're having. And the final goal is to reduce the contamination level in recycling to 18%. We're nowhere near that, probably about 28%. We just conducted a study at the beginning of May, and we're waiting on the results to confirm that, but that's where we think we're at. We've started the Recycle Coach app. We have drivers out inspecting cans. We'll warn customers twice. We find it the third time, we take the can away. We're hammering it in the media and everywhere else, and that is an ongoing process and always will be. And it's not just us. We service 13 other jurisdictions, and they all have the same problem.
Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Benson.
On the contamination, are most of the ones that you're finding egregious? They're people who just dump anything in recycling? Or is it one thing that's wrong in your can that makes us throw out everything?
If it's one thing, we don't worry about it. It's egregious.
Uh-huh.
They're using it for yard trash, they're using it for another garbage can,
Construction.
basically.
Okay.
Building debris is another big issue. So that covers our annual accomplishments, our budgets increasing 1.2 million, and the vast majority of that is increased costs for maintaining our trucks, our equipment. All of our parts costs have gone up. Tires, we're spending an unbelievable amount of money replacing tires. And a lot of that's because of the Perdido landfill and all the building debris that's in the Perdido landfill. A garbage truck tire costs $400. If you run over a nail and it cuts the sidewall, that's tires ruined. So we're going through a lot of tires because of that issue.
Where are we on the transfer station?
That's an agenda item for that's later on in the agenda.
Okay. Good.
The other big increase is in tipping fees. COVID's had a definite impact on how much garbage generated in the county. With people staying home, not going out, they're putting more garbage in their garbage cans. And we're picking it up and taking it to the county. So a big chunk of that increase is going directly to the Perdido landfill in the form of tipping fees. So, we're also having an increase due to increased day labor cost. We're having to pay more to get day laborers to come do yard trash collection, and that's if we can get them. We're having a very difficult time with that. The board approved last April a prototype truck that we want to use to collect yard trash. So again, we're trying to use technology to solve the issue. That truck's supposed to be ready Friday. I'm hoping it will be. So we can get it on the road and try it and see if it's gonna work or not. I found out today that there's actually Waste Management, the biggest waste management company in the world, is developing this very similar truck to what we're developing for the very same reason. So we're not the only ones having this issue. It's a very labor-intensive, back-breaking job, and you can't find people who want to do it anymore. So we're gonna have to try to use technology to solve the issues and look at how we conduct our collections. And that's what we're looking at now. That's basically it for the sanitation budget. You want me to go to the MRF or take questions first?
I've got a couple of questions. Mr. Stevens?
So, Mr. Rudd, couple things. On 2020, we had overtime miscellaneous, so I guess that's overtime charges. 2020, 962,000, and then, of course, the actual budget was 266, and then it looks like it's gone up. So I'm assuming that's just labor shortages that you have in your department, that you're just having to have the existing folks fill in and
Right,
work
exactly.
additional hours for.
Yeah, exactly. It's not uncommon for a driver that's scheduled for a 10-hour day to have to work 12 or 13 hours a day in order to cover all the shortages and get the routes picked up.
And that goes back to, I'm assuming, your difficulty hiring. So you're one of those departments as well with the CDL drivers that I'm assuming we've got openings.
Yes, yeah. I think our turnover rate last year was 28%.
And I think you and I discussed previously the salary requirements, or not salary requirements, what we start our CDLs out.
Right,
at.
right now, our CDL drivers start out at $14.69 an hour. They can go deliver pizzas and make more than that.
Yeah.
So we have a big problem with salary for
And I know that because I'm actually very familiar with CDL drivers and trucks and things of that nature that I deal with on a daily basis. So the fact that this is one of those shush moments, like I hope we don't have any of our drivers in here right now. But that pay is ridiculously low for a CDL driver. So in this budget, is there anything in there for possibly increasing any of that?
No.
Or else that's going to continue to be an
Just
ongoing problem and to hopefully to a point where it doesn't become.
The only thing that's in here is the normal annual adjustment.
Okay, but nothing, like I said, nothing for anything else. Okay. And then rental leases up here for the trucks, and it looks like we're spending somewhere in the neighborhood of, you have it for $436,000. So any of those trucks, is that something that would behoove us at that point? And again, I think I've asked one of your predecessors, another department had a similar question. Is that something we can acquire on a permanent basis to offset those leasing costs?
That
or-
lease is specifically for the Ryder truck rental for the can maintenance that we just took
Okay.
over last year. So we just decided because of not having the capital funds available to do that, we went ahead and leased them for a 3-year lease.
Okay,
this
so
is-
this is an annual lease. This
Yes.
isn't a
No.
lease as we need it.
No, this is the second year of a 3-year lease.
Okay, and so based on the frequency of the use, do you see us, would it behoove us when this lease runs out to maybe acquire the truck, or are you
Yes,
kind of?
that would definitely be our preference to go out and purchase. These are just box trucks that are
Okay.
used to transport cans around and make repairs. So yes, our preference. would
And
be
just
to purchase.
off the top of your head, the $438,000, how many box trucks is that?
That is 8 box trucks.
Like,
It's only, of that, it's only 225,000 is for the actual lease.
okay, the rest of it is
Is,
maintenance or,
right, well, it's not just strictly lease. That line item covers other,
okay, rental and leases, other equipment outside of the,
Right. Yep.
yeah, that's
So-
something I would definitely like to get more into detail, later, is definitely because box trucks aren't that expensive.
no, but
So
that.
definitely, I just thought
That
of you
includes
actually.
rental of
but-
garbage trucks when we have fires or other
Sure.
issues like that.
So that would be something you'd probably want to bring before us at
Yes.
some point and request to purchase these
Yes.
box trucks versus
Definitely.
leasing them. And then, last question, if I may.
Yes, please.
On the technology, I'm very happy to hear about the technology that we're going to start rolling out in our trucks to help reduce, missed pickups, which, statistically speaking, as you went over the whole rate on how many, pickups we actually do versus how many we miss is very small. Just sometimes it seems like it's
Right.
me getting the calls for those.
Well, if you're that one customer that got missed, it's a big deal to you.
Sure,
We
sure.
want to limit it as much as possible. And I will tell you, a lot of those misses are simply because the customer put the can out late. It's not always the driver, didn't go down the street.
Right.
Sometimes the can is just put out late, but we do go back to get them. We provide a great service. There are a lot of places you get missed, they just tell you,
Oh, no, I
we'll
can,
get you next week.
I can
So-
certainly attest to the fact
Right.
I've reached out to Mr. Woody and copied you, and you all have been very gracious at going out there on the few times that it gets missed. But I'm just glad in the era of technology and in the year that we're in right now, that we've actually got a better system than, maybe a paper route schedule that
Yep.
we're moving into. Kind of like getting Cat5 and fiber and getting off of analog at ECUA, that we're actually going to have something that we all have on our phones right now, GPS to track or great, like I said, reduce these missed pickups, as well as if you have the occasional driver that calls in sick or vacation, whatever the case may be, the next driver can jump in that truck, hit go, hopefully, and it populates, and he or she will be able to, have that route
Exactly.
accomplished. So anyway, that was it. Thank you so much.
Ms. Schneier.
Are all of these 82,000 customers paying the same rate?
We actually have a staggered rate. We have a normal rate for normal customers. We have a senior citizens rate, and we have a lifeline rate. Normal rate payers can have a 90-gallon can. They can opt for a smaller can if they want. Senior citizens have a 60-gallon can, and lifeline rates have a 40-gallon can.
And what is the annual revenue last year?
Yeah, I don't have that off the top of my head.
Well, what is the standard rate? So are there three different rates? There's just a standard rate, and then there's a stagger, and then there's a senior citizen rate, and then there's a lifeline rate? Okay, so, well, what is the regular rate?
It is, 2253, I believe, is our rate now.
And what is the senior citizen rate?
It's about $8 a month less. And then the
$8
lifeline rate.
less or $8 a month?
Less.
Okay.
And then the lifeline rate is, I believe, $4 less than that. Ballpark.
So, do we know, I mean, does anybody in ECUA know what the annual revenue is? Do we have a breakdown of that somewhere, anywhere?
Yeah, we can get that. I just don't have it off the top of my head. You
Says
have to email that.
2020 was 27,162,031.
Is it in here?
Yeah, it's,
Is it in
well,
here?
that's our expenses. Right. Yeah, it was in the CAF for a couple months ago, but we'll get that number and get it to you.
Thank you. I'd also like to know the revenue of all of the departments, of the water production, water reclamation, sanitation, compost, recycling, grants, state funds, federal funds. if
Mis-
we could anything.
Mr. Woody can answer that question, Ms.
Yeah,
Schneider.
I don't have the document in front of me, but the best resource for you or the general public who may be listening is the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR as we call it for short, which is available on the ECUA website. If you look under reports, there's a listing of years, and you click on whichever year you happen to be interested in, and the CAFR for that year is available. And it's a very comprehensive summary of revenues and expenses across all individual departments, as well as in total.
And what is it, comprehensive?
Comprehensive
Cap-
Annual Financial Report,
Okay.
CAFR.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens.
In fact, all the awards you see on the wall there are related to production and meeting quality standards for that specific report.
Thank
So-
you, Mr.
So just following up on Mr. Perkins' previous line of questioning about vocational training, it occurs to me, do we have anything like that when it comes to CDL drivers within ECUA? We got a big
Not
parking
at
lot
this
back
time.
there,
Yeah,
in the back, is there anything
Yeah.
in the
fact,
pipeline? Because that seems to be one of our Achilles heels, because you've got your less skill required jobs that are difficult to staff, and we've heard from our various department heads about that. CDL is considered in some of my businesses very skilled, and hard to come by. So has that I don't know if that's something we've looked at or explored about maybe starting a CDL training program.
Well, I believe that PJC heard loud and clear that we needed everybody, not just us, the
Sure.
county, city, us, and others needed it. Is there not did they start?
There's so much demand for drivers that as soon as they get the degree, they can get a job paying a
Yeah,
lot more
so
than what we're paying.
They started a school for it over in.
Okay.
And I think they got the property in Santa Rosa, didn't they?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and so they teach them, but as quick as we get them
I don't know
trained.
if we can get maybe a representative out there with like a, little job fair table whenever they graduate, and
Right next to Amazon.
just a thought, right?
We did have a discussion with Mr. Woody and Kim and I last Friday about a program that I'd read about in Phoenix where they've started basically an apprentice program where they'll take people that don't have a CDL license and bring them on board and train them through the whole process and get them up to where they can be a driver. That may be something we want to look at as well.
Well, and that's what I was kind of getting towards, and then perhaps they have some type of employment agreement, that says, upon completion, we're going to make this financial investment in you and your education and your future, and in exchange, we simply want a 2-year, 3-year, whatever, guarantee that you're going to work for us. So maybe something along those lines that we could.
There's more and more entities going that route because it's so hard to find, especially experienced CDL drivers, so.
Okay.
That's a great idea. Do what?
Yes, you can. I mean, the hospitals do it, you know, the private sector, I mean, outside the military. But the private sector does it quite frequently. If they pay for your education, engineering companies and so forth, if they pay for your education, co-op your education, then you get one of two options. You either work for them for the a mutually agreed upon specified time, 2 years, 3 years, or you refund them. They come up with a monetary value of what that education training cost, and then you just agree to pay that back. So you don't have to work for them after the case, but if you don't, then you're certainly required to pay the money back that they put in you. So typically you work out that time, so other fields. Anyway, just something to explore, because I'm very with you, Mr. Rudd, on your struggle with CDLs, not to beat that dead horse, and my anticipation based on our current pay on your increased challenges going forward with that.
Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, the Department of Corrections does that, and they get a lot of their money back. A lot of people don't make it in the Department of Corrections. That's a rough job. You know, I want to applaud our sanitation department. Recently, you know, I had some issues. I live in the city, and so I had some issues with the city sanitation department, and you know, I spoke with our team based on what we provide versus what they provide, and the city has much more compact routes. I mean, they're not out, you know, in the woods, going down dirt roads in little tight areas, picking up one house at the end of the street, then coming all the way up that dirt road. They're right next to each other, boom, 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 boom. So it should be a lot more economical for them. But our rates, and I thought it was a couple dollars lower. I didn't realize it's $4.91 a month lower. Ours is around 25. Theirs is like $29.98 or something like that. So it's a lot cheaper. And this is a really good service we provide that the city doesn't, is if you move and throw out an old couch or a dishwasher or a dresser that's missing 2 drawers, the ECUA will pick it up. He's got four routes going by: yard trash, recycling, garbage, and bulk pickup. We're the only ones I know that'll do bulk pickup every week. Just pick it up for free, and the city charges for that. You know, so it's a nice feature, and you guys provide a great service, and you do it at a minimal cost. And so I see where this budget is stressed. I mean, I can see there's really not enough money in this budget to do what we need to do. And the one thing that I'm really concerned about, and that I really don't see us overcoming and improving our service, is this CDL thing. I mean, I think, I don't know whether I see here that we've got programmed overtime, and then we've got $430,000 in unprogrammed overtime. I don't know if we can move that 430 up and hire a couple of people and then put some more money with it and do a raise for CDL drivers. But I think that if we continue to pay our CDL drivers $14 an hour, even though the benefits are better, we're not going to keep them. If you go to Burger King and work in the air conditioning, rather than being outside smelling stinky garbage, you know, all day in the 100-degree heat, I mean, you're going to do that. I mean, who wouldn't, you know? Or at the mall, you get to see all kind of nice people, your friends and everything at the mall, make $15 an hour, you know, or be on the back of a garbage truck, you know, go home and have to wash your clothes because they stink so bad you can't stand them being in your hamper. You know, I mean, it's pretty basic. You know, so I think we're going to have to figure out a way. I don't know how, but hopefully you can give us some sort of recommendation before we vote on the final budget. But I don't think this salary for our CDL drivers, and I don't know how many we have. I mean, I think it's a pretty good number.
And not 99, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty high number, so it's going to be hard.
And let me clarify that 1469 rate is the entry-level rate.
Okay.
The system is set up, so after a year, they go up to 17.
Okay,
something.
okay.
So, and we have the safety incentive, and we have an attendance incentive as
Okay,
well.
okay, so it's not as dire as I thought.
Right, but
Okay.
still, you've got to
Still
keep them
dire, yeah.
to get through that point. I
And
mean,
maybe, you know, and you can't just raise the hiring level, the lower level, because then you're getting them up to the
Right.
people who have experience. But as one board member, and I don't know if there's sentiment among the rest of the committee and the board, I think we're going to have to do something about that rate.
I agree, yeah.
I think so.
Across the board, too, all CDL drivers, yeah. Yeah, because, and it's not just us, it's national.
I mean, if we can't retain them, you know, I guarantee you that 80% of the problems we have with missed pickups are new drivers. I'll guarantee you.
I agree. Mr. Woody?
Keep in mind, this is a presentation of the base budget, new initiatives, major new changes and whatnot will be discussed when we talk about our sources and uses and talk about potential rate impacts. So it may be a question of, are you willing to raise rates this amount versus that amount, and the difference being investing in CDL wages or whatever the case may be. So that's how that final discussion will come about.
And there's other issues involved there. It's not strictly pay. It's quality of life for the drivers. You know, the overtime, most people think drivers love overtime. Well, they don't. They want to run their route and they want to go home. And we understand that. You know, so some of the things that we need to do, we're looking at, you know, new technology to help them get their routes done in a reasonable time. You know, and some of those things are different trucks, and the transfer station is going to be huge. That is a huge part of this whole plan. So,
Well, and Mr. Kimball?
I was just say, back to talking about that apprentice program, I mean, you know, you see that in a lot of industries where they do that, but it's so common where people just buy that contract out. So you just train them, and then they go somewhere else, and they'll gladly pay the money back, because if they're gonna start at, you know, $15 an hour here, but somebody's gonna pay them $100,000 an hour to drive for them, they'll gladly buy that out. So I mean, it might work for some. I'm not saying to not do it. I'm just saying that certainly raising the rate of pay is probably the first thing that needs to be done, I think.
Thank you, Chuck. Ms. Benson?
Yeah, I think when we think about our sanitation budget, we think about trash collection. And what we ought to be thinking about is public relations. These guys are the front lines of what people think of the ECUA. Every day, they wave to that driver, their kid waves to that driver. These people, are more than anybody else, are the ones who are telling our story by their service. And when we shortchange that budget, it makes an impact on the perception of the ECUA. So we probably ought to recalibrate our thinking about what their role is in our organization as we allocate funds to it.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins.
And I tell you, an incentive for a sanitation worker, and I really like what Mr. Rudd said about the overtime and the quality of life. I worked as a sanitation worker out in Navarre for Stevens Sanitation, with a V, not a PH, but Stevens Sanitation, and Danny Stevens. They got bought out by Waste Management. But anyways, I worked on that garbage truck, and everybody thought, man, that's a crummy job. You know, why do you do that? And I was young and strong and nice looking at the time, and I was like, oh, that's changed, you know. But you know, I loved the job, and the reason was, and I didn't do it a real long time, but the reason was I'd get up about 3 o'clock in the morning. It was still cool. We'd run our routes, and we were done when the route was done, you know. And usually about 11:30, I was headed to the Navarre Pier with a 6-pack of beer, you know, because we wanted to get that route done and go on. I'd fish till about 5:30 or so, and then go home. I was wore out. I was going to sleep not long after that. But the thing is that quality of life, being able to get the job done and get out of there. And I don't know if they, you know, I don't know what our schedule's like. I'm sure when the route's done, they go. But, you know, if they have to work 8 hours, then, yeah, that's not a big incentive. But if they have to work 10 or 12, that's really no incentive, you know, for keeping people. So if we can have enough people that they can get the routes done and get home at a decent time, that might be an incentive for them.
I can tell you right now, our drivers are scheduled for 4 10-hour days. And you know, that's their schedule. If they finish the route early, they get to go home. Okay? But most days, they're not finishing in 10 hours. It may be 12. And they're having to do that. And, you know, even the garbage drivers that are just sitting in the truck pulling the joystick, that is a long, monotonous day at 12 hours. Mm-hmm. You know, and they have to be there. It is not an easy job. There is a lot going around. They have to watch not only the equipment they're operating, but that little kid running out in the yard, from the yard in front of them, or the car that's, you know, trying to pass them. There's a lot going on that truck. Mailboxes are huge, you know. So,
and people screaming at you and hollering at you. People are getting emotional about their garbage, you know. So you got to deal with customers. But yeah, we've got to get that that 12 hours down. I mean, we've got to get close to 8 hours or under that. I think that's probably a big reason for the burnout and that we're having retention
That's true.
problems.
And like I said, this is not our only problem. I sent Mr. Woody a story earlier this week. Waste Management again, biggest waste management company in the world, just came out with a program to try to entice and keep new drivers. Not only will they pay for the employees' college, and this isn't reimbursement, they will pay for the employees' college, spouses' college, or children's college.
Wow.
And there's 170 different program areas that are allowed to fund. That's hard to compete with, you know. So, yeah, it is a national problem, and we definitely need to look at what we can do. And I say, it's not just pay, there's other things involved in this.
Ms. Schneier,
How many garbage truck drivers do we have?
99 right now,
99. And how many garbage trucks do we have?
110,
And so are all of those 99 drivers working 4 days a week?
yes.
And they're not all working 10 to 12 hours. Some of them do get finished early, and
Right.
some of them are working the 12 hours.
Depends on their route, yeah.
And is it consistently the same ones that are working 12 hours?
Yeah, because and we try to swap them around, we try to get them help. But what you're seeing is a lot of the growth is in the Buell area. So those routes are the longest that we're experiencing.
Is there an option or anything to have a few of those ones that are working the 12 hours to work instead of working 12-hour days, 4 days a week, maybe work a fifth day?
Well, then you gotta tell the customers you're changing their day.
Yeah.
That's the worst thing in the world you
Oh,
can do.
they get used to it.
Yeah.
good luck with that.
What we're doing is we're actually taking 5 drivers from Santa Rosa County and adding 5 new routes. That will help reduce that time.
Yeah.
We're hoping to start that next month. So that will help and try to balance everybody's workload. But part of the problem we're seeing with that is the growth continues to happen faster than we can add routes. You know, and then even if we do that, they get stuck in traffic going to the Perdido landfill, or they get damaged when they're at the Perdido landfill, and that causes a lot of the overtime.
Yeah.
It's not just the time they're on the route, it's the time they're dumping the trucks, and if
Yeah,
they incur any
right.
damage or
Of
anything like
course.
that while they're at the landfill.
Yeah. Well, I live in the city, so I don't even get ECUA garbage, but we did have recycling on Tuesday and garbage on Thursday. Well, now it's both on Wednesday, and I don't think anybody was upset over the change in day.
That's how we did it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was a good idea.
I'm going to call on Mr. Grimes, but first I'm going to do a little plug for that transfer station, because that would keep us not having those trucks going to the landfill. Just keep remembering that. The problem is those trucks en route to the landfill, tipping over at the landfill, and all of that's going to tie back in when we talk about transfer station. Mr. Grimes.
Well, I was just going to add to the CDL discussion. I'm in a business where we run in the Florida Panhandle roughly about 65 routes, and we run at about 35% turnover as well. And the thing that we're competing with, even with the schools opening up, the training, the incentives that Kevin talked about, now there's people that are coming in that are offering $5,000, $8,000 signing bonuses.
Signing bonus.
Okay, so this problem, and what we're being told in our industry is that somewhere over the next 12 to 18 months, that 35% can go to 40, 50. And there's two mindsets. You got the guy that you're talking about quality of life, okay, that wants to work that 8 or 10 hour day. Or there's the other side of it, it's the guy that's going over the road to take that position and make that and chase the money. So those are the things that we're aligning ourselves for right now too, and we're trying to make reductions. The problem you have is you've got one type of vehicle that you have to use here. We can adjust our fleet and change things, but we've been told in our industry to prepare for 40, 45% change in 2022, 23. So it's definitely in front of us, I can tell you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimes. So I think everybody feels your pain, and we're ready for your budget this year. I do want to just add, we hear all the bad things, but I'm on the way to, out of the city the other day, and the lady with me was from Innerarity Island, and she went to tell me, usually people tell you all their bad stuff when they find out you're on the board of ECUA, but she just wanted to tell me how much she loved her truck driver. She said, I live on a dead-end street on Innerarity Island. He has to back down the street, and sometimes I forget to put it out, and he sees me run out with my house coat on, and I went, oh, God, that's not a pretty picture. She's my friend, so I could say that. She said, you're right, it's not, but he waits, and he waits while I run that little garbage out there to him. So I don't know who's doing that on Innerarity Island, but tell them that they're doing a great job.
I'll pass that along.
Thank you, Randy.
All right, I'll head into the
And
MRF.
now we can talk about the MRF.
Budget as well. So, we operate the MRF as well. We're servicing 13 other jurisdictions other than the ECUA's material. We want to try to do that as safely and cost effectively as possible. That's our goal. We want to maintain a safe environment for the employees and, keep downtime to a minimum. So along those lines, one of our accomplishments for 2022 is to prevent downtime due to equipment maintenance issues to less than 5%. Last year, on a monthly basis, we averaged between 88 to 98%. Overall, we were at 94%, so we just barely missed our goal. But a reason for that goes back to labor. We have 5 budgeted mechanics positions. We've got 3 of them now, and we cannot find people to fill those roles. We are interviewing people whose only experience is dishwashers, because that's what we can get. So, and meanwhile, the 3 existing mechanics are working themselves to death. So that is a serious issue that we're trying to address. Our goals process an average of 150 tons per day on an annual basis. In 19, we did 190 tons a day. In 20, we did 154 tons a day. And in 21 to date, we're doing 164 tons a day. Part of that drop in last year was being down last part of September due to the hurricane. So, again, our goal is to reduce contamination to 18%. Same as I mentioned earlier, we think we're at about 28%, but we'll have a better handle on that when we get the study results back. And we are going to continue hammering the education side of that. And finally, to operate the facility, so operating capital costs don't exceed generated revenues. Well, we're kind of at the mercy of the markets there. The good news is the market's highest right now has been since 2017. We hope that continues. That would make things a lot better. We're coming close to covering everything. We're very close. And the other thing you got to remember with the MRF is if it was not for the MRF, we would have to increase the disposal budget for sanitation by almost $900,000 a year, $800,000 to $900,000 a year for that material that's being recycled. And environmentally, it's the right thing to do to keep it out of the landfill. That benefits all of Escambia County because that extends the life of that landfill. And trying to build another landfill in Escambia County is going to be difficult. So it has a huge environmental impact.
Thank you, Randy. We have questions. Ms. Schneier?
Are you still using the day labor, or did you ever buy the electronic sorter?
We purchased and installed one robotic sorter last March. So we've run it a little over a year now. It's worked very well. And we will be actually bringing an agenda item to the board next month to purchase 8 more.
8 more, love it.
We are having,
Is that on the budget?
that will be included in the existing budget. We're going to transfer some funds around to cover those costs.
Okay, so it's not a line item though right now? Okay.
Yep.
How much are those?
The total cost for all 8, including installations, about $2.8 million, but we're working out a lease agreement with the provider. We'll do the installation and we'll do an annual lease payment. What we're planning to do is reduce the day labor budget by the amount needed to cover the lease. right now, we need about 25 day laborers a day, and we're having a very difficult time getting that many.
And they're probably not as effective as the electronic will be, yeah.
We will have a cleaner product by using the robots, and like I said, we've experienced very little downtime with the robots.
Cool.
So that's why we decided to move forward.
Okay, and are you selling the materials? Are there buyers for the
Yes.
different, for every
Yes.
material? For the glass, the aluminum,
Yes.
the cardboard, everything? There's buyers?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it's actually moving
Yes,
out?
ma'am.
Okay,
We send out anywhere between 25 and 40 tractor trailer loads every week
great.
of material. We have no problem. Our biggest problem with moving the material is getting trucks in to take it out because there's a shortage of drivers.
Was there a time where we weren't selling the materials? Where it was just
Yeah, the
kind of sitting
market-
there and accumulating?
Yeah, a year and a half or so ago, it
Yeah.
was, and the biggest problem we had, and it still do, is mixed paper. It is the hardest material to move, but even the market for that has improved. But plastics, aluminum, as soon as we have a truckload, they want to come get it.
That's
If they
great.
can get a truck to come get it, that's the issue.
Everybody has that issue.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Schneier. Mr. Stevens?
Hey, and just to follow up, Randy, on Ms. Schneider's comment about the robots purchasing or leasing, and this is going to be something for you and Justin, don't need an answer right now, but, leasing it, what the rate would be, dollar buyout, as opposed to getting a loan for it, interest rate, depreciation, so all that type of stuff. So I'm sure you're going to have all that when you present it to us, purchase it versus lease it, and what the differences are, and, from the
Yes, sir.
advantages on that. But to your previous question or comment about the mechanics, we have 3 mechanics working on, is that all of ECUA's?
No, that's assigned to the MRF.
Oh, assigned to the MRF, okay.
To work on the equipment at the MRF. There's 5 budgeted positions. We only have 3 of them filled. The other 2 have been open for quite a while, and the applicants we're getting are basically have no experience at all, but we're willing at this point to just take them and we'll train them.
And back to
do
the
what we
training.
need. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And we've got the 3 solid ones, so that's not certainly out of the spectrum to have those 3 individual, hopefully find someone that knows more than how to work on a microwave, but.
Well, yeah, and out of the 3, one's been here less than 3 months, the other one's been here less than 6 months.
Wow, okay,
So they're new as well.
gotcha, okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you. How can we continue to grow MRF?
The MRF is pretty much maxed out at this point.
No.
And we are actually seriously looking at the contamination levels coming in from these 13 jurisdictions, and we may recommend not renewing some of their contracts.
So still, how can we continue to expand to areas where we're not servicing?
We're not. We haven't taken on any new areas. These are customers that we've had contracts with for years. Their contracts are all up this September, and that's why we did the study now, so we can look at what the material they're bringing us. And if it's too contaminated, we may tell them we're not gonna renew your contract, or we may reduce what we allow them to bring us to offset that contamination. And all those agreements will come to the board.
And if you did that, you would have capacity to bring in new customers.
No, sir. The problem right now is because the amount of material we're bringing in, using the day laborers, if we can't get enough day laborers, we either start late, or if we can't get enough day laborers, we have to run the system at a slower rate, so we can't process as much material. We're having to work every Saturday, which was never intended, just to keep up. That's the day that mechanics were supposed to have to do maintenance. But now we're running all day Saturday to try to process all the material. We need to probably cut about 5,000 tons a year of what we're bringing in the door right now. So to allow us to operate Monday through Friday and give the mechanics Saturday to do maintenance. Some weeks they're having to work Sundays, so they're working 7 days a week just to do maintenance. So we're gonna look at the material being brought to us and recommend to Mr. Woody and the board that, you know, some of these customers we may not continue to service.
Thank you. I want to say real quick before I call on the next person, all of these CAC members, if you ever have a civic group or a group of people that you think need to hear this message about contamination, please call Jim Roberts. He's wonderful. He will come and talk to you. He has been to my Rotary, Pensacola Association of Realtor, Perdido Chamber of Commerce. I mean, he goes everywhere for me and talks about just this one topic, and he does a fantastic job, and it really helps us. So if you have a church group or civic group or anybody, he is more than happy to schedule them in and come and talk to them. And it does get, education is the key to success on this. We need everybody to know not to contaminate. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, you want to continue?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Perkins?
Very few people realize this, but ECUA and our board saved recycling on the Gulf Coast of the United States single-handedly. You know, if it hadn't been for us, we structured our recycling operation so that when the recyclables are making lots of money and there's a high demand for them, and we're getting more money for them, the people we've contracted with, their price goes down and they pay less and less and less. When the market crashes and the price of recyclings go way down, they have to pay more because it costs us more to get rid of them. When we structured that, we did so because we're not in the recycling business to make money. You know, we want to break even or make a little bit of money, but we're not in it for a profit motive. We're in it to do it to try and help the community. And so as a result, we have recycling contracts. We had them, I don't know if we still do, from over by Jackson, Mississippi, all the way to Panama City, Florida. You know, so if it was not for us, when the recycling market crashed and China stopped taking U.S. recyclables, there would be no recycling going on. All the private recyclers basically, you know, stopped doing it. So we basically saved recycling. So now the market's coming back, you know, and it's getting better, and it's getting better for us. But it's been tough. But we are continuing to recycle. But the thing is, we are above capacity. It's like having a 5-gallon bucket that's got 5 gallons of water in it. We can't put any more water in it. It's just built to a certain design capacity. That's all we can do. And in fact, we're probably overextending ourselves and neglecting maintenance because we're running too hard, too fast, too long, you know. And so we can't serve the whole United States or the whole Gulf Coast. I mean, we've got our hands full with what we've got here, and we are a regional recycling facility, and I'm glad that we're doing that. But we've got to kind of, you know, in my opinion, concentrate and take care of the people we're serving to the best of our ability, rather than trying to do any more expansion at this point.
And do the people that are doing it right. Mr. Woody?
Mr. Perkins just covered about 90% of what I was going to say, but let me say a little bit of it kind of a different way. The majority of what we process is post-consumer recyclables. So therefore, our big challenge is all the contamination. We barely, you know, our goal is, can we break even? Can we save the sanitation budget a lot of tipping fees that they would otherwise be paying? There's where our motivations are, and to serve our customer base, which is Escambia County. We're not here to subsidize other cities and drive ourselves into the ground with the expenses and barely breaking even by doing that. The only profit center is I don't even know if the word profit center is right, but the only target audiences outside of Escambia County for us really would be if we can go after some industry that might have some pre-consumer virgin materials that are excess industrial products or something that are just 100% clean. That'd be a wonderful source of additional recycling materials. But post-consumer, yeah, our focus is Escambia County, not to subsidize a bunch of other communities around us.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Schneier?
Has there been any talk, or is there any way to ever open the recycled drop-off station again?
That's a county-operated program. We have a contract with them that we provide collection, and that's runs through the end of September. The problem with the drop-off centers is contamination.
Contamination, yeah.
We get tires, you name it, it goes in that can, nobody's there to watch it. It's just a big problem.
Would
Everyone is
ECUA
getting away from drop-off centers.
Would ECUA ever open their own drop-off station and have it manned?
The expense just doesn't justify it. And, I mean, we provide recycling service curbside to all of our customers and our commercial customers.
It sounds like the main problem with recycling is contamination.
Yes.
So we just need education. And I know we're doing it.
Yep.
You know, I know that ECUA has the word out, what to recycle, what not to recycle, and people either don't hear it or they don't care. So,
Some of both. yeah.
Some of both. Ms. Benson?
Well, when I look at all of our departments, who are all doing a good job within their parameters and their set of rules, most of them have a trajectory like this. Recycling and sanitation has had a trajectory like this. When we started in 2009, we had a facility that was a disaster. And I think Randy's job, Mr. Rudd's job, is mostly to put his thumb in the dam and keep disasters from happening. But somehow he's always been ahead of the curve in the technologies in recycling, which is difficult when you're doing disaster control and also trying to be ahead of innovation. And I don't know how you do it, but I am so proud of what we do with recycling. I mean, when we started in 2009, everybody else was abandoning recycling. No one else was doing it, and we did it because we faced either tripling the rates to our customers because of flow control by the county, or else to get creative. So we got creative and really turned this program on a dime to start it. And it has just been an interesting history. I wish John Appleyard were still around to write the history of recycling in ECUA.
And you bring up a good point, Ms. Benson, is the other thing everyone needs to remember is this was really designed as an interim facility.
Yeah.
It's 5 years old now. We designed and constructed this in 51 weeks. So the fact that the facility's doing as well as it is amazing to me. You know, I've seen facilities that spent years on the drawing board that don't work as well as our facility. So the fact that yes, we have some challenges and we're trying to address them, but, I think we've done a good job of making the best of this situation.
Thank you. Mr. Kimball?
Yes, thank you. I remember a while back, we had talked about, like some sort of an incinerator for like it sounds like we've got a market for the mixed paper stuff now, but I guess if I remember right, it was like building up. And
Yep.
Did we do anything with that, or did that?
We actually purchased the air burner. We were using it for large logs. In fact, a lot of the salary debris has gone through that unit. We did do some testing with the, burning a few bales of paper. It worked, but, we would much rather recycle it.
Yeah.
And now the market has come back. so.
Okay, thank you. I was curious.
Thank you. Good question, Ms. Schneier.
what was the building damaged during Hurricane Sally?
Yes, we were down for about 6 weeks.
And did we rebuild the building with the same material?
Yes.
Is there any hurricane code on that building?
Yes, it's rated for 147 mile an hour winds. It was a door failure that really led to a lot of the issues out there.
Mr. Perkins?
One big part of recycling and cost reduction that we haven't talked a lot about is yard waste in our composting program. All these big giant piles of yard waste, we used to take to the landfill and pay tipping fees on them. So we've saved our ratepayers, millions and millions of dollars by composting that. It's a high demand product. We got plenty of demand, more demand than we need for the compost. We used to deliver it to people in big trucks, but we'd run over sprinklers and stuff and have all kind of complaints. So we stopped doing that. But you used to be able to get a big dump load of compost for $10. People were sure sad to see that go away. But you can still get the bags at certain days, and it's really high quality compost. when are those bags available for pickup? Do you know?
Oh,
and
yeah,
how people?
we have someone over there that can call and schedule an appointment. They can come pick up, bags, or they can get, loaded with a loader.
In their pickup truck,
in bulk.
but it's just calling, and it's on our website, right,
Yes.
and everything, how to pick it up.
Yes,
So I
sir.
know people love that car. I've seen, when I was out campaigning door to door in the 98-degree heat every day, I would see yards that were just like real lush green. I'm like, man, what a beautiful lawn. He's like, yeah, I put that compost that y'all got on there. I need to get me some more of that. So I'm glad we're recycling that and not taking it to the landfill.
Well, and the recycle center plus the compost facility and the county's methane gas, I think we're 75% now, right? We're close? No? Where are we?
I couldn't tell you that. I don't have all the county's numbers, so.
Do you know the amount, Jim? No? Okay,
I can check with the county and get that number for you.
okay. Good, because I know at one time we were told 75%.
Yeah, see, that number incorporates
Fluctuate.
not only what we do, but all the private haulers, it incorporates the scrap metal yards. So there's a lot that goes into that figure.
Okay. Well, good. I'm glad to see that we're getting up there. All right, well, I don't see any other questions. So we will move to the CIP on page 34. Mr. Woody?
Actually, our presenter for this one is Stacy again.
Oh, it's Stacy.
Yep. Part of the reason we let him go first, so we wouldn't have to talk 2 times in a row.
That's right. He's probably wishing he would have talked 2 times in a row right now.
Sorry, I'm trying to get my computer to pull up here real quick. Come on. Well, bear with me just one second.
You're fine. Take your time.
Can I ask a question while he's doing
Yeah,
that?
sure.
I mean, and so for the new members and stuff, you probably don't know, but on page 34, there's a list of projects. And then, each project that you may be interested in, you can follow along and look it up after there, and it gives you much greater detail on the project. And then, every year, we look at this list and we draw a line, the magic line, somewhere on this thing on page 34. I'm sure it won't go over to page 35, but somewhere on this thing, we draw a line, and everything above the line is what we're going to try to fund the next fiscal year, and the stuff below the line, it will wait, and who knows how long. And so I'm just wondering, does staff have any idea yet, or is it too early to know where we're projecting the line is going to be?
Last conversation Justin and I had, it's going to be somewhere in the range of 30 to 40. We're still refining that number.
Yeah, it's a pretty big range.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to get you too hopeful just yet. And I have to pull the rug out from everybody.
Are we safe? So are we safe in assuming that it's going to be at least 30? I mean, just for the preliminary, okay, so I can draw an imaginary line at 30, and then we'll go from there in a second. Okay, thank you.
There. So imaginary line at pump repair and replacement, and then think of all those things below that. Go ahead, Stacy. You ready?
Well, good afternoon. Going through the CIP budget, right now it's in alphabetical order related to CIP project number. They are not prioritized yet. We will be doing that very soon.
Oh, okay, so
okay.
that changes everything. So this list we're looking at is not a priority list? It's not?
Correct.
They're not prioritized? Well, forget the line then, that doesn't do anything. Okay.
Forget, yeah.
It wasn't done
Madam Chairman?
intentionally. So.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Wouldn't it
Benson.
be helpful if we had the staff priority list before we started horse trading and jockeying around because, I mean, there's certain things that we have to do. We have
Yeah.
no choice, like I. And, you know, then we have the wants and that, unless you have that number or that list. I mean, I think it would be very hard for this committee, I mean, it's 6 o'clock now, to shuffle and change and all of that. Maybe I'm naive about what we can do.
I don't think we're shuffling and changing today, are we?
No, ma'am. So we just wanted to get the projects in front of you and the CIP data sheets in front of the CAC so you can,
Okay.
read what each project is about. And then when we do submit the prioritization, you'll be a little bit more familiar with the projects and everything. We do have, the I&I, or excuse me, the consent order, budget of, I think it was 8.4 million in this one. It does have to increase this year because we are required to up that amount each year to be in compliance with the consent order. I will note that one other item that we have at the very bottom of this list is $4 million for the Pensacola Beach Reclaimed Water System, expansion. That will be funded through grants, so that will automatically, with your blessing, obviously, that will automatically be pushed through. And just a general overview of the budget. Many of the items on here, like you've already seen, are maintenance and operations related. The need to do versus the want to do. Majority is need to do that's on here. But yes, ma'am, we will, Madam Chairman, we will give you a prioritized list when we have a chance to meet with the directors and the operations staff to make sure we're giving you, what we feel is the most appropriate priorities.
So for the CAC, this is just a complete list, but before you vote on a budget, there will be a list that's prioritized in order of priority with definitely I&I and the Pensacola Beach up there, and then it's when the line will be drawn that Mr. Perkins was talking about.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Perhaps in this presentation, I'll be limited to discussion of the CIP project numbers to give for the benefit of new members and new CSC members in particular, of what the abbreviations stand for, so there's a clear understanding of the groups. And then maybe let's flip a page and grab a few random ones and discuss the project data sheet and how that's formulated and how it's laid out in case there's any questions about
Great. Sounds like a
abbreviations
perfect
and
idea.
things like that.
Ms. Schneier?
So whether it's prioritized or not, are these projects being worked on at the same time? I mean, they've already been started on. You're currently working on these, correct?
So if
I mean, it's not like.
Yes, please answer.
It's not like if it's prioritized, you're gonna finish the first one before you start the second one and then go down the list?
So it's a mixture. Some of these projects, I'm going to pick one, I&I, for instance, yes, the biggest one.
Yeah.
So I&I, that's an ongoing CIP budget request. So you have 8 million a year, and then it increases for, the price index. But we may have some other new projects, for example, or the graveyard, like, for example, the graveyard lift station upgrade. Well, that's not a good one either. But, for example, that may have come up this year, and so that would be a new CIP project, and it may be a one-year-long project. So you'll see it pop up on the CIP budget. We'll complete the project, and then it comes off.
So,
If it's a multi-year, then we'll keep adding money to that same CIP budget. So there's a mixture in here.
so there's some that you haven't started on, and then there's some that are just ongoing.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
You can
So,
continue, sorry.
okay, so with that being said, for starters, the the CIP number, the first two letters, I'll start at the top of the list here, CA. That's reference for general purpose type projects. It could apply to either water or for sewer. and it's generally for capital improvement. And I'm going to ask my colleague here, Justin, if I'm incorrect in this, please let me know. Throw something at me and I'll correct it. But CA, that's just a general project number. It could go for water or for sewer. CR, moving down the list, that could be for, there's typically for utility relocation, so that R for relocation. You'll see the manhole valve box, general utility relocation, that's for water and or for sewer. Let's see, CS, that would represent sewer. CT, that typically represents sanitation. CW would be for potable water. RA, that's kind of like a repair and replacement, but that would, again, would be for general purpose. You have, for example, RA 805, Vehicle Repair and Replacement Program. That could be for vehicles in any one of our water and sewer departments. I think the sanitation would be a separate, I think that's actually an RT number further down the line. RI is for inflow and infiltration. That would be anything that's related to our consent order. RS, that would be for repair and rehab for sewer. RT is for replacement, rehab for, sanitation. So you have, parts at the warehouse, additional fuel storage tanks, that kind of thing. That's sanitation. RW is repair and replacement for water projects. And I think that's the last of the acronyms. So what we can do is send you out to all the CAC members a listing, so you're not just relying on me here, but we'll send you out a listing of what each one of those stands for. That'll be, I think, be helpful to everyone. And with that, what was the, so, let's see. So we'll take CA 001. Let me see, that's on page 37. Use that as a prime example. So Commissioner Ayer's comment earlier, question earlier, this is one of those projects or CIP projects that we fund each year. This is for oversizing water and sewer lines, project number CA 001. So we typically use this money, for example, to fund oversizing of water and sewer lines and cost participate with a developer. Say if a developer or development only requires like a 4-inch pipe and we want to cost participate and oversize it to an 8-inch or some larger diameter to accommodate additional development down the road that would benefit ECUA. So the general format of the data sheet, you've got the project information, top right corner, you got the project number, the name, and who would be the project manager associated with that particular CIP. So that point of contact would be me. In prior years, moving down, you have what we have spent in this particular CIP program for prior years, and you can see looking forward for the next 5 years. And then that may change over time based on need. If we see there's more development, we may have to add more money. So this can vary from year to year. And in the middle of the page, typically we would include a map. Obviously, this is system-wide, could be applied to anywhere in ECUA's collection or distribution system, so we don't have a map there. And on the left side of the map area, we have generally provide a very broad breakdown of what we would like to spend that money on over time. Oversizing, that's 100% construction dollars. And then at the very bottom, we have a bigger box for the description. I encourage you to take a long, hard look at those. Some of these maintenance needs are quite strong. So when you're trying to make a decision on and work with staff on the prioritization and of everything, that description would be very helpful to you.
Thank you. And so This says Ms. Ritz, but I know it's not. Laurie, you have a question. We gotta get that changed.
Yes, I have a question concerning funding that ECUA uses to do a developer-sponsored system expansion. When a developer purchases the property and has the underground utilities installed, is that not the developer's responsibility to pay for that and pay the additional costs for the larger facilities due to maybe more sheet flow or impervious pavement, for example?
Where our responsibility lies in, for water and sewer, sanitation, reclaimed water, we have no purview over stormwater. That is strictly related to the county.
Right, I get that, but if you're putting in larger sanitary sewer lines or you're putting in larger water lines, why would ECA be picking up those additional costs?
We try to anticipate growth of our collection system, but yes, the developer, generally speaking, they pay for what is necessary to serve their development. Like growth in Beulah, if we expect that growth to expand at some point in the future, then we want to make sure that water line is, if their development only requires a 4-inch, we want to make sure it's big enough to handle the planned development or as best we can plan for it further out in our distribution system. We will pay for oversizing, and then as we are trying to set this up, the impact fees that a customer or developer would pay would go toward, part of that would be applied toward this oversizing. So we collect impact fees, that's for growth, and that's how we get with growth paying for growth. And
Okay.
sometimes it benefits ECUA, like for sewer expansion. That's our biggest, or one of our biggest, uses of this money is to say, hey, we want to oversize this sewer line, that way we can expand sewer to this other residential area at some point in the future.
So we're anticipating growth, and they have to pay for what they're putting in, but we're anticipating growth, especially in Beulah, so we may oversize it, and we participate by paying that, but then when the next person comes, they pay impact fees to pay that back.
Right,
If
borrow
that
from
makes
Peter to
sense.
pay Paul, pretty much.
Well,
Kinda.
anticipating the growth
Right.
and not making it a 4-inch pipe, but an 8-inch pipe, so that when that growth comes, we can handle it. But then when that growth does come, which we're anticipating, then they have to pay.
So you get it back later?
You get it back, yeah.
Well, the other question I have is does ECUA work with the county, for example, on land development code as far as the growth? I mean, we're talking about Beulah, which is growing exponentially, and, the cost of utilities for that area due to Navy Federal and other subdivisions and stores coming in is going to continue growing in that area. So do you work with the county as far as anticipation of that? When the developers come in and say, I bought a property, we're going to put in a 300 home subdivision, we're going to put in a core, area for shopping and things like that? Or do you not get that until after the developer contracts ECUA to do the underground utility work?
Okay, so we don't have really much input in that process, but when we do see stuff, it's like the OLF, property, for example, we will take that information and put that into our sewer or water master plan to account for that development. So we don't have much input into it since we're not, we're just not part of the process, but we do take the output of that process and use that to develop our master plans that will take into account that growth or the change in density, if you will.
I see, so it's kind of like a mathematical formula. You figured out, well, we've got this moving in, all the property up there is going to be purchased and developed probably in the next 5 years. So is that money that you have here set aside, is that anticipated funding, or what if it's not approved in the budget for that additional infrastructure? Is there a way to compensate, to get the developer or the property owner to pay for that up front?
So we will try to get creative. If we don't have the money, then we go to a nearby developer and say, hey, look, we run into these situations every once in a while. And we say, we just don't have the money. We don't have it in our oversizing budget. We know you're wanting to build in this area. Do you want to, hey, developer X, do you want to talk to developer Y? Can y'all work together? If you can, make up some sort of agreement, we did this on 9 Mile Road. We collected the money from several developers and then used that to pay for oversizing of our facilities. It's a rarity. It's not something that obviously it's not something we normally do. We are looking at that right now with another developer. We do have the money in oversizing, but when we know that there are developers right around the corner that are going to be jumping on this, if we're paying the money for oversizing, we want to talk to the other developers and say, hey, look, we're going to pay for it, but you need to chip in. Otherwise, you're going to have to wait until this pipe is ready for you to connect, which may be 2 years down the road. It may be never if the developer that's putting in their development goes belly up. So they're running that risk. If they want to cost participate, we're looking at some agreements that we could put in place that will allow us to approve their permit and safeguard ECUA in case, developer XYZ goes belly up. So,
Thank you.
sure, thank you.
Great question. Mr. Woody?
Planning and zoning and the land use plan are a function of the county government or the city government. So in terms of how land is developed, that's under their purview. We have an interest in the logical development of our transmission and distribution system on the water side and our collection and conveyance system on the wastewater side. So a developer goes in and they're a small sub-watershed of a much larger watershed, and they're developing water systems and wastewater systems within those watersheds. But there are tributary areas upstream. Say a subdivision is putting in 3,000 or 4,000 lineal feet of pipe. There may be only one line up through the middle of that, 500 or 600 feet in length, where it makes sense for us to oversize so that next adjacent and upstream development can connect and flow through that same system. So it's not like we're subsidizing the overall cost of their development. We would just identify the one or two portions that would make part of a connected larger plan for us, and just paying the differential cost between what they would pay if they were building it only for themselves versus the upsizing.
Great question. Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, that's kinda what
Do you
I'm-
want to continue? Do you have
Oh,
other?
no.
Okay, that's okay. Mr. Perkins?
Kind of what I wanted to emphasize. We're not subsidizing anybody or fronting money up front. They have to pay impact fees when they do their project that pays for their stuff that's going in. Now, if we see that it's in an area that other property is vacant and there's going to be development there, pretty certainly, then we will say, hey, we want to oversize. Will you share in this, and we'll oversize. And when the next person comes along, they still have to pay their impact fees. It's just cheaper for us to do it at one time while we've got it all dug up and everything, so we've got it there and done, but they'll still have to pay their impact fees. And if Stacy can catch them ahead of time and say, hey, if you want to make sure this is being oversized and going in, and you can partner and participate now, then we try to do that. But we're not, we've made it perfectly clear, and I've been real firm about this in my tenure on the board, and will continue to be, is that I'm not going to have a little old lady on Social Security that's barely paying her bills underwriting some developer's development so they can get rich, And so what we've done is we've made it that, and we try to work with the developers and be as cooperative as we can, but we're not going to subsidize them. And so we've made it where basically growth pays for growth. If you're oversizing and putting infrastructure in, you got to pay for that. Now, we'll work with you and everything like that, but we're not going to have the regular citizens, funneling money to private interest. So that's kind of what we've done. We've caught heat for it, but that's just the way it's been.
Catch a lot of heat for it. Did that answer your question? Good question, by the way, especially right now. Okay, Stacy, sorry, you can continue.
That was all I had to provide at the moment, unless you have some other questions, other interests I could hopefully try to answer for you tonight.
So would questions on individual projects be now, or would it be better to wait till we're doing the priority list and people have had a time to, probably because of the late hour, it'd probably be better to do it then, huh?
Yes, sir, and I would encourage to possibly email those through to us, and then we could provide a more detailed answer to you.
Who do we email them to, Mr. Woody, or have him
Whoever's
forward
up on
them?
the top of that corner.
Okay.
Actually, I'd prefer if you emailed them directly to me.
To you? Okay.
And obviously copy, if you would, please copy Mr. Woody, if you're okay with that, Mr. Woody. And then I will distribute them to the appropriate person, because many of these are within my department. Some are managers, and we have some other directors and such too.
And
that
for
I'll-
people who don't have it, what's your email address?
Pardon?
What is your email address for this? people
Sorry,
who don't have it?
it's Stacy, STACY, .Hayden, HAYDEN, at ecua.fl.gov.
And Stacy, if you would, on the final legend or the final list, if you just put that legend at the beginning of what each acronym means, and then put the page number out the side, add a page number on here for
Sure.
which page it's on, because that might help them follow. But, so if everybody wants to just send their questions to Stacy on these individual projects over the next month, they can. Ms. Benson?
So, how soon will we have that priority list?
I'd say within the next couple of weeks. I'm looking at Mr. Woody. We have a staff meeting, I think it's next Tuesday, and probably take advantage of that staff meeting to have all the directors.
Yeah, we'll probably actually have a couple separate meetings from that.
Yeah, so my memory is that typically, we don't have a lot of wiggle room with very many of them. So I don't want to go through every single one, asking a zillion questions of you, only to know that that's not ever going to happen. So for me, I'm going to wait until I get the staff priority list, and then I can sort of cull through.
Yeah. Send your questions on the ones within the top 30 million. Good idea. Ms. Schneier?
Do we have a projected time that this meeting's going to end tonight?
Hopefully in the next few minutes, because we don't.
Minutes.
We can
Okay.
burn through these action items, we can get out of here in about 10 minutes.
Well, we
Okay,
gotta,
because my family is texting me saying, come home, and I really want to stay for the meeting.
well, we don't have much more left. Thank
Okay.
you, Stacy.
Thank you.
And you can go if you need to go. And so, I'm gonna get a motion and a second on the consent order, but I want to introduce someone before we vote that has waited patiently. Do I have someone that wants to do a motion for the?
I'll motion.
approval order?
Consent agenda, is that what you're
Yes.
talking about? All the items?
Or do you want
Does
to hold
anybody
some?
want to pull any items?
I just want to introduce someone on number 5. I don't want to pull it.
I'll move all items on the consent agenda except number 5.
Thank you.
I don't think she wants to pull it.
No, I don't want to
Yeah.
pull it.
I'll move all items on the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Benson. And before you ask questions or vote, I'm going to invite Aaron Carper up with, he's a director of the Group Health for Florida League of Cities, and thank you so much for waiting so patiently on such a long meeting.
Hello, everyone. Very nice to see everyone again. It's been such a long time since I've been back up here, with COVID and everything. And, I was joking with Gina a short while ago during the break. These meetings are so fun for me, just because this is not something that I see on a regular basis. And so I love hearing about this stuff, and I love hearing what goes on in your business and so forth. So thanks for having me again, and I appreciate the partnership together.
You're very welcome, Aaron, and thank you again for waiting so patiently. now you can go home and you'll understand why your own town is having a lot of trouble with CDL drivers. It's the big item nationwide.
Right, and with Mr. Rudd, I'll make sure that I put the right stuff in the recycling bin. Next time, when my garbage comes on Thursday, I'm gonna make sure everything is where it needs to be.
Thank
So-
you. Can you tell my husband that? Thank you. And thank you all very much. We can now vote on all the items. And my screen is gone, but I can see that one up there. Yeah, who do you need? Oh. Oh, she has a little green button though, here. Here, I'll show you.
It's still on your microphone.
Some people have blank screens.
We all do.
That's on this, though.
Oh, I thought everybody did.
Voting on there.
Yeah, everybody on this end. Maybe the toggle button will help.
We may have to voice vote or hand vote, because we got.
No,
about
we can
4
vote, and she can tell us you can vote
But
still
some
on your
people don't have
phone.
a screen at all.
Well, you still vote
There's
on
a
your
button,
phone.
there's a button on the left side of your screen that you can push and it'll come on.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I mean, I can. And it passes 11-0. Thank you.
And I cannot believe, Madam Chairman, that we just did something so momentous without even talking about it, but yay for the transfer station.
We did. I like the transfer station. If anybody has any questions, they can talk about it. Unfinished business? Oh, I'm sorry, we moved to the informational reports. Does anyone have any questions on the informational reports on page 137 and 138? Ms. Benson?
Oh,
Mr. Woody?
Oh, I'm sorry.
If not, we move to unfinished business. I have to say, to Natalie, I went to the FDEP, they sent me a link to go to something today, and when I went to it, guess what I got? A 404 message. We're not the only ones that have 404 messages on our website. I thought that was hilarious. Affordable, that's it? Now we move to new business? None? And any committee communications? Anybody have anything to say? Open forum, I don't have any sheets. We are adjourned. Thank you for the long meeting.